the Pyrenees west along the Bay of Biscay to the mountains of the Picos de Europa. There are long sandy beaches here, and every harbour is crammed with fishing boats. Since the Middle Ages, it's been on the route of pilgrims from all over Europe, making their way to the shrine of St. James in Santiago de Compostela, 400 miles from the French border. Writer David Lodge joins some pilgrims on the route.
From Roncesvalles, an irregular procession of pilgrims, impelled by a variety of motives, stretched all the way to Santiago.
My name's Lucy, I'm from Wiltshire.
Hi, my name is Cesar. I come from Veracruz, Mexico.
My name is Philip. I'm a Belgian cyclist.
I'm Frank, a student from England, and I'm travelling the pilgrim route to Santiago because I'm very interested in the idea of pilgrimage, and I've walked the Pilgrim's Way from Winchester to Canterbury in England.
Soon, however, a noisy distraction intruded. The Camino goes through the old quarter of Pamplona and crosses the very street where they run the bulls every morning during the fiesta of San Fermin. It's a week-long alfresco orgy of bullfighting, drinking and dancing, made famous by Ernest Hemingway's novel The Sun Also Rises. A truly pious pilgrim who happened to hit town early in July would cross himself and hurry on his way. Being something of a literary pilgrim too, I donned the regulation fiesta wear, sat outside one of Hem's favourite cafes and observed the passing scene, which, as the night drew on, became a passed-out scene. The bicycle is a popular form of transport for the modern pilgrim, and one approved even by Madame de Briolle. When the weather is clement and the inclines gentle, it's a very agreeable way of covering the miles, apart from the occasional spine-jolting cobbled street. Just outside the village of Obanos, the fourth route to Santiago merges with the main Camino. Here I met up with a couple of young men from Britain. Sebastian Hockcliffe was taking a break from teaching English in Spain and had invited his brother to join him in biking to Santiago. What do your friends think about your going off on this trip?
Some of them think we're mad.
Yeah. These friends you made in San Sebastian?
Yeah. When I told some of them, they thought that, well, I was completely mad. I told them we were going to be cycling 800 kilometers.
Yeah.
But others had, well, some of them that I'd spoken to had actually done it.
Yeah.
And they said it was the best thing they'd ever done.
Yeah.
The people they'd met on the route.
Right.
Do you have any...
All along the Camino, there are statues of St. James that may shock the politically correct modern pilgrim, depicting him as Santiago Matamoros, the slayer of Moors. According to patriotic legend, the saint appeared on the Christian side at the Battle of Clavijo, and personally decapitated thousands of Mohammedans. This part of Spain, Navarre, is not quite as famous for its wine as the nearby Rioja region, but the great vineyard of Irache is well known, on what might be called the Pilgrim grapevine, for having free Vino Tinto on tap. I was falling behind schedule. Fortunately, my car had been parked outside the Irache wine store, either by the miraculous intervention of St. James or the forethought of my producer.
Santiago, the slayer of Moors and defender of Christianity, may have been a cult figure in the Middle Ages, but why go on a pilgrimage today? Janet Street Porter, a keen walker, wanted to find out.
Ever since the remains of St. James were found at Santiago in the Middle Ages, this has been a thoroughfare for walkers from across the world. Modern pilgrims are attracted as much by the heritage of history and natural beauty as by faith. Here in the heart of Basque country, there are signs marking the Camino route. Down the centuries, many hostels have opened in the area, catering for generations of pilgrims. In the village of Cizur Menor, one of them is run by Maribel Roncal.
La gente empieza la peregrinación con unos motivos. Puede ser la curiosidad, la atracción que ese camino tiene sobre él. Puede tener una base espiritual, religiosa, puede tener muchos motivos, pero sobre todo los motivos iniciales muchas veces no tienen nada que ver con los motivos finales, porque el camino va cambiando a las personas de tal manera que, no sé, el camino es tan rico en sí, y luego esa vivencia, convivencia con la naturaleza, ese vivir de sol a sol, eso cambia mucho a las personas, y entonces así como cambia a las personas por fuera, las va cambiando por dentro.
Janet Street Porter, herself a dedicated walker, wants to meet some of the pilgrims who seek sanctuary at Maribel's and talk to them about their journey.
Are you friends? Are you walking together? Yeah.
Yes, she's my girlfriend.
Oh, great. So why did you decide to do the walk? What? Why not? Whose idea was it? It was his idea. Yeah.
I've seen a documentary on the television about the routes, and I thought it's very pretty.
Yeah.
And we don't like lying on beaches all day, so we thought, let's take a walk.
Yeah.
And so we did.
How many kilometres a day?
25.
Yeah. That's not too bad.
No.
It's enough. Really? Yeah.
It's real bad for her.
Really? Why are you feeling it? Do you walk normally? I mean, do you like walking?
I like walking, but not like this.
What's tough about
flats?
Yeah.
Spain is not.
That's very funny. I hadn't thought of that actually.
I know that I'm not going to give up. No matter how difficult it is, I still push myself because I know there's always going to be a better moment. It's going to get better. It's going to be up and down. It can't always be up. So, yeah, you just have to push yourself a little bit and get beyond that point. And at the end, like you said, it's just, yeah, I think it'll be a beautiful...
Elation.
Yeah, elation. It's a perfect word.
If you'd like to find out more about Spain, you can order our action pack. It's got general travel information on Spain and also covers France and Italy. There's a small selection of recipes and details on courses and centres you can contact in your area if you want to learn a language. The action pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. Basque nation has always fiercely defended its individuality and its right to self-determination. But under Franco, the Basque language was outlawed and thousands of people were killed. The separatist movement ETA's violent response has overshadowed life in the region for decades, and tourism has suffered as a result. But the opening of the new Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao will, it's hoped, change the image of this area.
The first art exhibit under wraps outside the new Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, northern Spain. Jeff Koons' creation, Puppy, has the prominent sponsorship of a multinational fashion house. Before it's even opened, the museum has attracted criticism as a triumph of commerce over art. Weighing 15 tons and planted with 70,000 flowers, Puppy is a 40-foot-high sculpture of the real thing.
I hope that it is just a piece that everybody can enjoy, brings a lot of happiness, and also that people feel the accessibility of the artwork that's inside.
There are rumblings the Guggenheim deal has cost Bilbao dear. The city has paid all the $100 million construction costs, created a $50 million acquisition fund, and paid a one-off $20 million fee to the Guggenheim. In return, it gets to borrow the Guggenheim name and art collection. Guggenheim Supremo Thomas Krenz towers over the whole project. He's reported to have tried to hawk the Guggenheim name around other countries before ending up in Bilbao. For his pains, he's managed to get some of the foundation's debts paid off, but stands accused of turning art into franchise.
I more or less reject the notion of a franchise. I mean, we see the
That's what this is, isn't it?
No. This is a constellation. It's one museum.
Well, that means the same thing,
No,
surely.
It's fundamentally different. It's fundamentally different. You know, think of a celestial constellation of 5 stars, each of which has its own identity.
The finer points of art versus astrology aren't of prime importance to Bilbao. This is a town that just wants to get on the map. To that end, the local government has already commissioned Norman Foster to design the new metro, and a Spanish architect has built a gravity-defying new bridge. This is art not for its own sake, but as an engine of urban renewal. While the Guggenheim deal has attracted some criticism, everyone appears unanimous on one point. It's a fabulous building.
The Guggenheim Museum is a major coup for Bilbao, but if the rest of this big industrial city isn't too appealing, the coastline nearby reveals the best the Atlantic has to offer. All that and some of the best food in Spain as well, as we'll be finding out later, in Spain on a Plate. Now this area has long been a favourite summer resort of Spaniards escaping the heat of the interior. Santander was the preferred watering hole of Spanish royalty at the turn of the century. You don't find many foreigners along this coast, as we find out in the next item, filmed on the beach at Santander. Here are some useful Spanish words for saying hello and introducing yourself.
Hola, buenos días.
Hola, buenos días.
Hola, buenos días.
Hola, buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Good morning. Buenos días. Hola. Hello. Hola.
Hola, buenos días.
Hola, buenos días.
Hola, buenos días.
Hola, buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon or good evening. Buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
¿Cómo se llama?
Me llamo Guillermo Barrayo.
¿Cómo se llama?
Paulina.
¿Cómo te llamas?
Me llamo Juan Manuel.
¿Cómo se llama?
Me llamo Sofía.
¿Cómo se llama? What's your name? You may also hear ¿Cómo te llamas? It means the same thing, just a bit less formal. Me llamo. My name is. Me llamo Sofía. ¿Cómo se llama? Me llamo Guillermo Barrayo.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
¿Cómo se llama?
Me llamo Guillermo Barrayo.
¿Cómo se llama?
Paulina.
¿Cómo te llamas?
Me llamo Juan Manuel.
¿Cómo se llama?
Me llamo Sofía.
The North Coast is a land of seafarers, and rowing is a popular sport. It's said to go back to the days when fishermen had to race back to shore with their catch in order to get the best prices on the quayside. Every port has its rowing team, and they race throughout the summer. Santander is a key venue on the fixture list.
Sábado, 9:30 de la mañana. Los remeros de Astillero comienzan su entrenamiento diario.
Casi sin fuerza, pero mucho más aún, ¿eh? No le deis tanta fuerza y hacerlo mucho mejor. Suave a mí y este tirón vamos a poner.
Es una mañana fría y lluviosa, pero nada impide el entrenamiento del equipo.
Tranquilos.
¿Qué satisfacciones ofrece un deporte tan duro?
No somos masoquistas, es una compensación moral y una satisfacción interna de hacer un deporte, hacerlo en competición, de poder ganar a alguien, de poder superarte.
Mañana hay una gran carrera. El patrón no concede ni un respiro a sus muchachos. ¿Cómo están los ánimos del equipo?
Vaya, yo creo que está muy bien. Lo que pasa que, ya te digo, tenemos 6 días de entrenamiento, entonces nos falta algo de conjunto todavía, pero yo creo que podemos hacer buen papel mañana.
El domingo por la tarde, miles de personas llenan los muelles de Santander. Hoy compiten los mejores equipos de Cantabria. Televisión Española también está aquí. Todos esperan la señal de salida.
En estos momentos han tomado la salida las 5 tripulaciones, Astillero, Pedreña, Santoña, Castro y Camargo. Para orientación del público les diremos que el primer campo de regata le toma Astillero junto a los Muelles de Bahía. A continuación es Pedreña, en tercera posición Santoña, en tercer lugar de campo de regata Santoña, la cuarta.
Mientras el público sigue a sus equipos favoritos, los periodistas trabajan frenéticamente. Y parece ser que Santoña va ganando. Astillero va en tercera posición. El momento más difícil de la regata se acerca. La compenetración del equipo tiene que ser perfecta en el giro. Estupendo el giro de Santoña, que sale primero, seguido muy de cerca por Pedreña, Castro y Camargo. ¿Pero dónde está Astillero? Aquí llegan, un poco retrasados, pero a tiempo de ganar los segundos perdidos si el giro es bueno. Demasiado cerca de la marca. Un error que les puede costar muy caro.
Esta es la tercera y última llamada. La regata tercera bandera avanzando.
Se salen de la línea de carrera. Qué pena, un mal día para Astillero. Pero el final de la carrera se acerca y los ojos del público son para Santoña, ganadores de la regata. Y el segundo lugar es para Castro. Todos los equipos se merecen un aplauso. También Astillero, que entra el último.
Primer premio, ganador de esta tercera bandera, Van Sander, para la tripulación de Santoña. Con aplauso fuerte. Aplauso de nada.
El capitán de Santoña recoge el primer premio. Y Astillero regresa a casa. Hoy ha sido un día muy duro.
Estamos contentos, sabemos que tenemos que superarnos mucho y podemos recuperar por lo menos 30 segundos de lo que hemos hecho hoy y más, mucho más.
Además, también habéis llevado un premio, ¿no?
Vaya, sí, hombre, aunque en todas las regatas, aunque seas el último, siempre llevas un premio.
Un bonito deporte, las traineras. Hasta los que pierden, ganan.
Further south, on another of the pilgrim routes to Santiago, the monastery of Santo Domingo de Silos is an important halt. It hit the news in 1994 with its singing monks, who released a record to raise money for charity.
The 30 Benedictine monks of Silos, north of Madrid, outsold Madonna with their first album earlier this year. Now their follow-up recording of Christmas chants in Latin is chasing the Pope's hit CD of the Rosary. The brothers do rehearse, but they're not trained singers. Singing is merely part of their daily routine of prayer and meditation, along with their regular round of manual work, gardening and honey making. Duties and devotions were interrupted this week for an unlikely visit from EMI, delivering the Gramophone Award for Best-Selling Album of the Year, which they'd shied away from collecting at a London reception.
Thank you very much for agreeing to stay today.
The monks' vows preclude them from making a personal profit from their success, but they're passing proceeds to other monasteries and charities.
We want to help other monasteries, religious monasteries, monk or woman, and also other people who write to us for asking some help.
The Spanish monastery of San Francisco, ruined since the turn of the century when monks were expelled and property expropriated, has been bought back and is being completely restored. More than 40 monasteries in Spain and South America have received financial assistance from the singing monks of Silos as a result of the success of their worldwide recording. It's given a boost to monastic life at a crucial time when the number of people joining religious orders has been falling sharply.
There's a great calming, tranquilizing element to it, and I think that is very important and very effective. And I think that even that has a therapeutic quality to those who are stressed or whatever, those who need to come home and relax.
The villagers of Silos, turning out for another Saints' Day Mass, remain bemused that their local monks continue to top the charts around the world.
To the south of the Basque country is the rich wine-producing area of Rioja, a wine so good that it was being exported to France, Italy and Flanders as early as the 16th century. But in the nearby town of Pesquera lives a man who claims to produce one of the finest red wines in Europe. Jancis Robinson investigates.
In the small town of Pesquera, it's Spain's national day, and the locals have much to celebrate. In less than a decade, Pesquera has become world famous, thanks to a single grape and a single man, Alejandro Fernandez. Fernandez now virtually owns this town and clings zealously to all its traditions.
What do you use this place for?
A pasar la tarde, y cantar, contar chistes, aquí de política nada, ni de mujeres un poco, de vino a todas horas.
Mujeres un poco, ¿eh?
Vino a todas horas.
For as long as anyone can remember, Pesquera was known for only one thing, sugar beet. Alejandro Fernandez left school at 12 and worked in these fields, harvesting the beet by hand. Hard, physical graft he never forgot. Years later, he started a small workshop, doing rudimentary repairs to agricultural machinery. It was then he had his brainwave. A mechanical beet harvester. It was to make his fortune. With the money, he planted his first vineyard. Fernandez made wine as it always had been made in this region. Until recently, almost all of it for local consumption. Out of national pride, Franco had forbidden imported grape varieties. Instead, Spanish vine growers soldiered on in isolation with their own indigenous varieties, many of dubious quality. An exception was Tempranillo. So common here it's called simply Tinto, or the tinted one. Although it's blended into Spain's best-known red, Rioja, it was virtually unknown outside Spain. Fernandez was to change all that. When America's most powerful wine writer, Robert Parker, discovered the fruits of this sort of bucolic scene, he raved about Pesquera. And when Bob says buy, Americans buy. Pesquera and Tempranillo had arrived, and Ribera del Duero became a fashionable new wine region. Ribera del Duero is also the roast lamb capital of the world, or at least that's what I think he was saying.
Muy bien. Ahora, esto lo asado solamente para ti. Puedes comerlo tranquilamente. Sí, yo te echaría esto. Coge, deja esta.
Okay.
Esto está más bonito, más mejor para los dedos. Esto
Now,
está muy bien.
Alejandro, why do you grow only Tempranillo?
Oh, Tempranillo es la mejor uva del mundo, maja. Esto es un placer. Comerlo y vale para postre y para hacer uno de los grandes vinos del mundo. Es diferente, mira. El Tempranillo es la uva madre de las uvas. Porque tú te tomas un Cabernet cuando tiene 30 años, y entonces el último sabor es como un Tempranillo. ¿Tú no habías probado nunca así? Es increíble. Es el único vino, es de los 4 vinos del mundo que se hacen varietal. Pesquera es uno de ellos. Es Petrus, algo de la Fi, y la Tache es Román Contini de la Tache, franceses de la Borgoña, y Pesquera. Son los 4 vinos del mundo que es de una variedad.
Too much modesty.
Y el tempranillo aquí es perfecto.
Because of Fernandez's success, Pesquera has now been joined by a host of Me Too Ribera del Dueros of extremely variable quality. Fernandez too is expanding, audaciously tearing vineyards out of the very rocks to plant more Tempranillo, the world's great undiscovered grape, he says. Spain, like everywhere else, is threatened by grape invaders. Cabernet Sauvignon spreading like wildfire.
Y si existe el tempranillo en la Ribera del Duero, es por Alejandro Fernández, que lo he defendido a carta y espada. Porque dije, en la Ribera del Duero tenemos lo mejor del mundo, que es el tempranillo, que no en todos sitios se da el tempranillo. Y yo, el que quiera plantar Cabernet, que lo plante. Pero yo creo que debemos seguir plantando tempranillo, que tenemos éxito en el mundo con el tempranillo. Y de Merlot y Cabernet está el mundo lleno. ¿Para qué vamos a complicarnos? Y vamos a quedar sin nuestras cosas de nuestros antepasados, que son las uvas estas. Lo que los españoles tenemos que apoyar y defender, pero con fuerza, es el tempranillo, que es lo nuestro. Como hacen los franceses con su Cabernet, que lo defienden a carta y espada. Es lo que tienen que hacer. Pero la moda de vender y hacer dinero pronto es lo que existe. No se da el Cabernet. No vale. Aquí lo que vale es el tempranillo. Y es una pena que la gente mire para otra parte cuando tiene esto tan bonito, que es el tempranillo. Esto es...
If that's got your palate quivering, don't worry. We'll be bringing you some of the best of Basque cooking in just a moment with Spain on the plate. First, a quick reminder of the action pack. It's got travel tips, a small selection of recipes and some useful Spanish phrases. And there are details of centres and colleges in your area where you can get personal advice on learning a language. The action pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque for £3 payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. And if you want to try your hand at learning a bit more at home, you can record or watch a whole range of language courses shown on BBC Learning Zone most nights on BBC Two. And now, a taste of Spain with Maria Jose Sevilla and Spain on a plate.
This is fantastic for me. Women are only allowed to share the risky life of the fishermen by waiting on the shore. But today I'm here in the Cantabrian Sea and we're fishing for hake, merluza in my language.
For Spaniards, particularly Basques, hake is the fish par excellence, especially when it's caught in this way, by hook and line. Lines up to 3 kilometers long are left out overnight. The long line is hung with hundreds of short lines, each with a hook attached. Many of the fishing boats have their own cooks. The galley of the Nécora is run by Francisco de Jesus, an old fisherman who has a special reputation for cooking marmitaco, a fish stew that is a favorite among the crews. Tomatoes and green peppers, roughly chopped, are added to a pan of sliced onions that have been fried in olive oil with some garlic. The rich vegetable sauce is poured into a deep pan of boiling water. In the Basque language, a pan like this is called a marmita, and this is where the fish stew, the marmitaco, gets its name. There are probably as many recipes for marmitaco as there are sea cooks, but the main ingredient is always fresh tuna fish. The summer season is the best, when the tuna are plentiful and the flesh is particularly oily and flavorsome. The tuna fish cooks in the vegetable stock until it's tender, about 20 minutes. Then the potatoes go in. Simmer for another 15 minutes and the marmitaco will be ready to satisfy any hungry crew.
Basque men have been crossing the oceans for centuries in search of all kinds of fish. Cod, tuna, bream. 90% of all the traditional cooking in this region is based on fish. So it's not surprising that the figure of the fisherman has always been a very important part of our life.
The Cantabrian Sea is notoriously unpredictable. Within minutes, its mood changes dramatically, sending the Nécora scuttling back to port. The morning's catch is destined for the fish market of La Brecha in San Sebastián.
And here is our hake, complete with his hook in his mouth. But the hook hasn't been left in by mistake. It's here to tell the customers that this is a very expensive fish, caught by a very expensive method of fishing. Can you see the price of the ticket? 3,800 pesetas a kilo. That's 17 pounds a kilo.
Hake is an expensive fish, but it's well worth it for the classic Basque dish that I'm going to cook. Hake in green sauce, or merluza en salsa verde. If you really don't want to use hake, then steaks of fresh cod make a good alternative. The medallions of hake are sprinkled with salt and left to rest for a couple of hours before cooking. I like the extra flavor given by adding a few clams in my recipe, but they are not an essential part of the traditional dish. What is essential is good quality olive oil, a dry white wine, some fish stock, freshly chopped parsley, and garlic, which together will make the green sauce. The garlic is cut into thick slices so that it can cook long enough to flavor the oil without burning. Just before it starts to brown, the garlic is set aside and most of the oil poured off. Resting the salted fish improves the texture of the flesh when it is cooked. The medallions of hake are quickly sealed on both sides in the hot oil. Now comes a fascinating way to make a rich sauce without flour to thicken it. The dish is shaken vigorously for about 20 minutes. This part of the recipe needs concentration and strong arms. As the oil beats against the fish, it releases a natural gelatin in the fish skin. This gelatin combines with the cooling oil to create a thick emulsion. The volume of the emulsion is increased by gradually adding more oil, just like making a mayonnaise. The garlic encourages more emulsion to form. The emulsion provides the basis of the sauce. A little fish stock and maybe half a glass of white wine add finesse, smoothing the texture of the sauce and rounding out its flavor. Chopped parsley is the ingredient which gives the sauce its name, salsa verde, green sauce. Last to go in are the clams, which need to cook for only a few minutes. Seafood should never be overcooked. The delicate flavor is lost. In the warm sauce, the fresh clams soon open up their shells. Any that stay closed are not fresh enough and should be thrown away. Merluza and salsa verde should be served piping hot with asparagus tips and preferably a glass or two of a good mature Rioja. Delicious. Inland from the Cantabrian Sea, the foothills of the Pyrenees have been home to the Basques since prehistory. No one knows how they came here. The language is unlike any other in the Western Europe. The Basque tongue and his people are two mysteries which refuse to be solved or to die out. At her remote restaurant in the Pyrenees, Felisa Irungurai makes a local kind of junket called mamia. Sugar sprinkled onto the glowing stones burns and gives the hot milk a caramelized flavor. After being strained into a kaiku, the milk is left to cool to blood temperature. The skin is carefully lifted and a vegetable rennet mixed in evenly to set the mamia. This deliciously creamy dessert is often served with honey in winter, and in summer with wild strawberries, black cherries or peaches. Although traditional recipes form the basis of what is eaten at home and in restaurants, it would be wrong to characterize the cooking of the Basque Country as being locked in history.
Times change as much in cooking as in any other part of life. This is the restaurant Aquelarre, just outside San Sebastian. It's one of the products of a revolution in Basque cooking, which began in 1970. A group of young chefs decide to free traditional dishes from the heavy overtones of the peasant roots and create a lighter, more elegant cuisine in keeping with the winds of culinary change which were blowing all over Europe.
This fish soup would have been a coarse mixture of whatever fish and vegetables were to hand. The new style used fish chosen to complement each other and additional ingredients such as fresh herbs to produce a studied balance of flavors. Grupa is grilled, the traditional method of fish, but served with a sharp tomato and shellfish sauce and a puree of fresh green beans. Till, a small game bird, is cooked pink rather than overcooked. This new Basque cuisine, the Nueva Cocina Vasca, has become the most influential of Spanish cooking styles. Where other parts of Spain have grapes, the Basque Country has apples. Cider, not wine, was always the drink of the farmhouse. In the 19th century, some farmhouses began to specialize in cider making, and this left its mark on the local cuisine. At the Rosario Cider House, the restaurant chef is Charo Zapiain.
La sidra dentro de la gastronomía vasca es un pilar que ha inducido y hoy en día tiene toda su importancia porque ha definido auténticamente lo que puede ser una gastronomía de la sidra y tiene sus platos que están ya identificados en todas las sidrerías.
The cider, pressed in November, rests in giant casks through the winter to ferment in darkness and silence. Mid-January brings the signal that the cider is ready. The beat of the chalaparta heralds the opening of the cider house. Each cask is tried in turn. Between tastings, there is food. Grilled meat and fish offered by the cider house, and home-cooked dishes brought in by the customers and reheated. The dish I'm going to take to the cider house is red sea bream, cooked to my own recipe with apples and cider to give that Basque country flavor. The apples and some shallots are chopped and marinated in olive oil and lemon juice with marjoram and dill. They make an aromatic bed on which the fish will be cooked. Slitting the skin of the fish helps the flavors of the marinade and cider to penetrate the flesh. A good glassful of dry cider, a sprinkling of salt, and the dish is ready to go into a moderate oven for about half an hour. Cider houses have always been male preserves, and although women are supposedly accepted today, I still feel treated with caution, even if my food is welcome.
Muy rico, ¿cómo lo has preparado?
Está hecho con chalotas, manzanas.
¿Y esto? ¿Manzanas?
Felix, one of the three brothers who run the cider house, is also an excellent cook, and his dish of quails proves quite a hit with the other men. First, the cleaned and floured quails are browned in plenty of olive oil. Game is very popular all over Spain, and several traditional sauces are designed specially to accompany game dishes. The sauce, a classic sweet and sour sauce, is made from white wine, cider vinegar, chicken stock, onions, parsley, leeks, tomatoes, carrots, garlic, and, of course, apples. The ingredients are chopped and fried in olive oil, the onions going in first and the apples last. The liquids are added after about 20 minutes. A glass of white wine, the local chacolí, some chicken stock, and a little cider vinegar. The rich sauce is sieved through a chinoise to make it smooth. Finally, the dish is returned to the heat for the quails to finish cooking and take up the flavors of the sauce. Eating is a very serious business here. The Basques talk about food like the English talk about the weather. Even among the rest of Spain, the general consensus is that the Basque Country is where you will eat best.
That's all from the Travel Hour for today. If you want to find out more, the Travel Action Pack has general information on travel, holidays and a small selection of recipes. It covers Spain and Italy as well as France. The Action Pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque for £3 payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. You can find all these details on CFAX page 636 and also on our Travel Hour website, which has details of all 20 programmes in the series, information about France, Spain and Italy, and links to other useful websites.
Caroline Wrighton is back tomorrow afternoon on BBC Two, taking us to Galicia in Spain. That's at the same time of 1:10.
Biglietti prego, biglietto signore.
What would you say to this man?
Ah, ma lei che cosa fa su questo treno? Ma non capisce.
How would you answer this woman?
Excusez-moi, nous sommes déjà vus, non? Que faites-vous ici?
And how would you respond to these men? If you're not...
And there's more from Noddy and his Toy Town friends in these BBC children's books and CD-ROM, which includes a full range of activities linked to the national curriculum.
It's extraordinary what teenagers get up to in their bedrooms.
I want to take her home.
900 entries, 3 finalists, but just one winner.
I'm not stressed.
Homefront search for the Junior Decorator of the Year. Climax is tonight at 8:30 on BBC Two.
A Spanish flavour for this lunchtime again now on BBC Two as we embark on the Travel Hour.
Hello, hola, and welcome to the Travel Hour in Spain with some of the best from the BBC's archives on travel, history and culture, food and wine, and lots more. Today we explore Asturias and Galicia, one of Spain's little-known backwaters and one of the poorest regions in the country, with miles of unspoilt beaches and coves, wooded estuaries, and some of the best seafood. Later in the programme we'll be sampling some of the region's culinary delights and picking up a few recipes with Maria Jose Sevilla in Spain on a plate. Before that, we explore some of the many attractions of the area and you can learn a bit of the language. And we'll also be giving you details of our Travel Action Pack, which is full of useful information. Coming up on the Travel Hour today, the Green Mountains of Asturias. A walk along the last stretch of the pilgrim's route to Santiago de Compostela. Richard Rees in Finisterre, the most westerly and remote cape of Spain. And a flower festival to celebrate Corpus Christi in a small town in Galicia. Galicia and Asturias were a Celtic stronghold where the inhospitable land had little to offer the Moorish invaders from the south. It's a naturally conservative region, and in the past its main export has been its people. We start our journey in Asturias, where Paddy Haycox goes to Oviedo and samples some local cider.
It's the big event of the year in the tiny fishing port of Cudiero. Cesario Marquez is delivering a speech known as La Muravela. From the prow of a fishing boat, he's recounting everything that's happened here in the last year. It's a bit like the Queen's Christmas message, with jokes. It turns out 30 local women all became pregnant in April. No one quite knows why. And the best news, the town has 2 new TV channels. It means more soap operas to watch. After the speech, another peculiar ritual. The figures of 2 fishermen are blown to pieces. These strange goings-on have been performed here for over 400 years. There's nothing like La Muravela anywhere else in Spain, and it's just one of the things that makes the people of Asturias different. From the moment you set foot here, you realise that you're in a land which is a long way from the Spain most holiday brochures will tell you about. This is not the Costa del Sol. It's the Costa Verde. Spaniards seek out these beaches to escape the searing summer heat of Madrid. The Costa Verde is where you're most likely to find the rain in Spain, even in August. The result is a cooler, quieter, and above all, greener place than the better-known Costas. But it's not the beaches you'd come to Asturias for. Far more enticing is the land that lies behind the sea. Asturias is the one place in Spain the Moors never conquered. Its people are rugged and fiercely independent. In the 1930s, they held out longest against Franco in the Civil War. Many headed inland, to a part of Asturias where they knew they'd be safe. It's still pretty remote, about 2 hours' drive from the coast. But today, the place Asturians have always used to shelter from invaders holds a new attraction. It's prime walking country. These are the Picos de Europa, Asturias' most spectacular mountains. They've been described as the Alps in miniature, but there is a difference. Here in the Picos, you're more likely to find shepherds than ski lifts. Unlike Europe's more trodden mountain ranges, the Picos remain wild and unspoilt. Adrian Garlick hails from Oldham, of all places. He's been a walking guide here for 9 years.
This is one of the shepherds here.
Who is he?
Yeah, he sells, he'll be asking to sell. Hello, Marcos.
What's he selling?
Oh, he's got cheese.
Hola.
This
Hola.
is Cabrales cheese. It's goat cheese, homemade.
Is he selling it to the market, or what was he taking it?
He sells it to whoever buys it, really.
British tourists are only slowly discovering the Picos. The ones who have are impressed.
We like the openness of it. It's so remote. You can get off the beaten track, but without actually getting lost. Everything's here, and you've got roads leading in, and then the road stops, and you've got to get on your 2 feet and walk in. And that's what we really like, the walking.
There are hotels in the Picos, but you're as likely to find a house to rent in a sleepy mountain village. This is Asiego, population just 60. Amazingly, it's got 3 bars. They'll even bring a beer to your doorstep.
Hola.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Tiene usted?
Well, as good as.
Gracias. Adiós.
The capital of Asturias, Oviedo. This old city is a pleasant surprise on your way back from the Picos. And if 3 bars in a tiny mountain village weren't enough to quench your thirst, Oviedo has a staggering 400. The favourite tipple here, cider. I felt in need of a drinking companion to tell me more about this very odd cider pouring ritual. Marina Mateos, writer and TV presenter, seemed to be just the sort of expert I was looking for.
Oh, yes, I love cider. Everybody loves cider here.
I was doing so well till I had that 3rd bottle. Now, why do I pour it from such a height?
Because they say that the sidra is like sleeping inside the bottle. So you have to wake it up. And that's a way of waking it up.
The cider they make here is flat. Adding fizz is vital to the flavour. But the fizz doesn't last long. That's why the measures are small and downed as quickly as possible. Marina was keen to show me the Asturian cuisine all that cider helps to wash down. This looked like just the thing to follow a hard day's walking in the mountains. It's called fabada, a filling casserole of white beans and pork.
Is it the most typical dish?
Delicious, of course.
This piping hot recipe is served all year round, a reminder that the climate here isn't always sunny.
I love it.
But if Asturias had clear skies every day, its landscape wouldn't be nearly as lush and inviting. And if you get the odd day of rain here, it would be mean to complain. As far as I'm concerned, it's a small price to pay for enjoying this remarkably hospitable and very green part of Spain.
I suppose pouring the cider like that gives it a bit more class than plain old scrumpy. Well, later in the programme, more gastronomic and liquid delights with Maria Jose Sevilla. But now, information about our travel action pack. If you'd like to find out more about Spain, you can order our action pack. It's got general travel information on Spain and also covers France and Italy. There's a small selection of recipes and details on courses and centres you can contact in your area if you want to learn a language. The action pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. Galicia has never been a big tourist destination. It's too remote. But in the Middle Ages, anything from 500,000 to 2 million visitors a year made the pilgrimage on foot to the relics of St. James, venerated as the slayer of Moors and defender of Christianity. The town of Santiago de Compostela grew up around the place where the relics were reputedly found in the year 813. It soon became as important as Rome and Jerusalem as a centre of pilgrimage. Sophie Tucker follows the last few miles of the route.
This may look like any pretty stretch of northern Spain, but hundreds of thousands of feet have passed this way throughout the centuries. This is the Camino de Santiago, the route by which Christian pilgrims cross the Pyrenees and head west to the holy city of Santiago de Compostela. This tiny Galician village is a day-and-a-half striding distance from the city named after the apostle St. James. Many still walk all the way from the border, but the greatest penance is yet to come. They'll have to share the route with the traffic on the last 50 kilometres into town. You don't have to do the whole thing, of course. You could take a more secular approach and hire a car, like me. For the exhausted pilgrims, this was the end of the road, the great Baroque Cathedral of St. James. For all that walking, your reward was the absolution of your sins. And if you could manage it in a holy year, the year when the Saint's Day fell on a Sunday, you got time off purgatory as well. Absolved or not, anyone can join in the rituals of arrival. The 12th century Portal of Glory is part of the old Romanesque cathedral behind the Baroque facade. I found myself being drawn towards the real focus of the church, the gilded confection above the relics of St. James. Once you've embraced the saint, it's time for a piece of vintage Catholic theatre. This is the botafumeiro, the huge incense burner first used, in the days before deodorant, to stifle the overwhelming whiff of pilgrims with nowhere else to sleep. These days it swings to the tune of £150 a go, usually paid for by visitors. By the 16th century, the number of pilgrims dossing in the cathedral was too much to bear, and a hospital with free sleeping space was built next door. Staying here today requires money rather than faith. Now one of Spain's most luxurious paradors, it's got a mortuary as a restaurant and suites for an unholy £250 a night. Santiago still opens its doors to 20,000 pilgrims a year. It's just the pilgrim profile that's changed.
It was more for a walking holiday. It's, you know, a bit different. We've spent plenty of time sitting on beaches and things like that, so why not take a walk? It's a long walk. In the words of Forrest Gump, I just wanted to walk, you know.
Surprisingly, this sort of informality goes for the city as well. I like Santiago. It's a university town full of bars and coffee shops adjusted to student budgets. A holiday job here means singing rather than stacking shelves. Each college has its own tuna, or band of Galician minstrels. Drive west of Santiago for an hour, and the wooded hills give way to rias, river estuaries which spill into the sea. This is the road taken by Spaniards escaping the heat of the south. They're happy to risk the chilly Atlantic and Galicia's reputation for rain in exchange for deserted beaches. I can't think of another reason why sand and sea as good as any you'd find in the tropics are so free of foreign tourists. Certainly accommodation is rather thin on the ground. Legwork is the only way to find something like this, a converted sardine factory by the sea. This wild coast is home to a delicacy which fetches up to £50 a kilo in cities like Madrid, the humble barnacle. They're fresher and cheaper at the Marcotti family's restaurant in Sardiniero.
People like a lot, and as well, I mean, they are so expensive because it's very dangerous to get them from the sea, you know. So the fishermen, they risk their life, you know.
The coast of the barnacle fishermen is as far west as you can go in Galicia. There's nothing between here and America. To the Romans, this was Finisterre, literally the end of the world. And although people have been visiting Galicia for over 1,000 years, it still has that sense of remoteness. It's just 2 hours from Heathrow, and yet you've got empty beaches and not a high-rise in sight.
Galicia is a Celtic land, and it has a lot in common with other Celtic regions of Europe: Brittany, Cornwall, Wales and Ireland. It sits out in the Atlantic, a green, wet and misty country with a history of poverty and emigration. Richard Rees explores Finisterre, the most westerly part of Galicia.
In the far northwest of Spain lies a region which is different from any other in the country. Its name is Galicia. Galicia is a forgotten corner of Spain which lies far away from the busy life of her modern cities. It's the most westerly part of Europe. For centuries it was believed that Galicia was the end of the world, that nothing lay beyond it except a great dark sea. Of course we know today that's not true, but there is a huge sea beyond Galicia, the Atlantic Ocean. It's the Atlantic which gives Galicia its special character. In parts it looks very much like our Atlantic coasts, and is also a place where the Celts lived hundreds of years ago. All around the coast of Galicia are dotted little fishing villages. Galicia is Spain's most important fishing region, and fishing provides work for many of its people.
Well, I couldn't come here to Galicia without trying one of the specialities of the region, gracias. And that means a plateful of octopus. Actually, it's very good. Yeah.
The countryside of Galicia is very lush and green. It rains a lot here, and the land is rich and fertile. Yet Galicia is still a very poor part of Spain. The countryside is divided up into tiny plots of land, each one owned and worked by a family. In Galicia, a Spanish saying goes, people don't blow their noses on handkerchiefs, they farm them. By working very, very hard, the Galicians grow only just enough food to feed themselves and their animals. There's never enough left over to buy machinery, so all the work is done by hand. In Galicia, you can see a way of life that has long since disappeared from our villages. Life is simple to a point which we would find uncomfortable. Most of the people that work in the farms are old people or women. The reason is that the young people and the men have had to leave Galicia to find work. During the last 100 years, many thousands of Galicians have emigrated to South America. When they find work, they always try to send back money to their families in Galicia.
A lot of people have left our village because you can't earn any money here. There has been a lot of poverty here, but now we are surviving because the people who went away to find work have sent back money to us. Not long ago, our village was so isolated that it didn't even have a road. Now it has. That's the way it is. The young people have had to leave to earn some money.
Some farms have been able to buy machinery with the money which emigrants have saved up. Some of the emigrant workers come back home after a few years and invest the money they have earned in new machinery for their farms. Most of them like to build themselves a brand new house. But these new developments are happening slowly. Most of Galicia is so remote that it hasn't changed for centuries, and it has managed to keep its traditions, its old stories and beliefs.
Most towns and villages in Spain have their own fiesta, usually related to the local saint's day. A fiesta is a time when people stop work, families get together and everyone celebrates into the early hours of the morning. Fiestas are often associated with some special local custom, and in Puente Arias, Ian Gibson witnesses a very special way of celebrating Corpus Christi.
We're 300 miles from Madrid, in the isolated northwest corner of the country. This damp Atlantic land is the closest thing in Spain to Ireland. Its inhabitants tend to be politically conservative. The town of Puente Areas in June, on the eve of Corpus Christi, one of Spain's most colourful church holidays. For weeks, the whole town has been gearing up for the fiesta. Preparations will go on all night and climax in the morning.
Mando don José Castro Álvarez, alcalde presidente del ilustrísimo Ayuntamiento de Puente Areas, hace saber que mañana domingo se celebra la festividad en honor del Santísimo Corpus Christi, en la que nuestro pueblo aparecerá como un sueño en un verdadero tapiz oriental, labrado con las mejores fibras naturales, las flores, esas flores polícromas que deshojadas cual rosario por manos femeninas son ofrecidas año tras año al Señor. Por este motivo, ruego a todos los ciudadanos que pongan todo su anhelo en colaborar en este precioso trabajo. Firmado el alcalde don José Castro Álvarez.
Emilio Montenegro, the local woodcarver, has designed the flower carpet that will adorn one of the streets.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
¿Cómo está?
Pues bien.
¿Y está trabajando?
Sí, estamos haciendo un pequeño trabajo, que es el apóstol Santiago.
Ah, es Santiago de Santiago. Bueno, y este fervor con el cual usted trabaja, ¿tiene que ver también con las alfombras? ¿Es el mismo fervor?
Igual, porque lo llevo dentro, ¿me entiende? Es que yo me dedico solo pues a la artesanía, en madera y pintura también, ¿no? Lo de las alfombras pues ya es tradicional. Desde los 14 años que empecé a hacerla con responsabilidad, ¿no?
Sí.
Ahí va. Bueno. A ver si no rompe. De aquí a ahí. Levantad un momentito. Ah, bueno, está.
Ahí está, ¿no? Y esa, mira, esa ahí.
Lo tenemos que marcar con chiques para echar después las flores el otro.
Almost everyone in Puente Areas takes part in the Corpus Christi festival, whether they're practicing Catholics or not. I was impressed by the dedication they put into their flower carpets. The religious occasion binds the community together in one common purpose.
Coges toda la calle así de vuelta y el dibujo te va.
Sí, pero marca primero desde allá, marca desde atrás. Va todo de vuelta por ahí.
Va todo de vuelta.
Bueno, pues venga.
Pues marca al revés.
Vamos a marcar de la línea central hacia la izquierda.
Y hay aquí mucha rivalidad entre las calles. ¿Sí?
Sí, mucha. Pero después de pasar la fiesta ya son todos amigos, ¿no? Pero cada calle tiene el secreto y se guardan sus cosas, ¿me entiendes?
No, tengo.
Trapo.
Toma.
Esta cosa no se marca.
¿Esta está?
Sí, ya se puede marcar.
Ahí la...
Pero lo bonito es que todo se hace para deshacerlo, para pisarlo santísimo. Un trabajo de 15 o 20 días y para media hora.
Corpus Christi is Latin for the body of Christ. The festival expresses the Galicians' devotion to Christ and the Holy Sacrament. They've worked for days preparing thousands of flowers to go into intricate carpets. The flowers are mostly wild, although some are grown specially for the occasion. This year the weather's been very dry, and the flower pickers have had to forage more widely than usual, even across the nearby border into Portugal. A whole community, young and old, male and female, working together to make a unique springtime offering to God. I thought it all refreshingly free of religious mumbo-jumbo.
Hola, Emilio. ¿Cómo estás?
Pues bien.
¿Qué tal va todo eso?
Ah, ni bien ni mal, bien.
Ni bien. Hombre, no digas. ¿Y los niños todos ayudando?
Magnífico, ahí los tienes.
Son fantásticos. Qué bien lo pasan, ¿eh?
Iba a decirte una expresión que se dice aquí, lo pasan pipa.
Lo pasan pipa. Oye, ¿no puede llover?
No, creo que no.
¿Seguro?
Porque solo hubo un año que llovió y se hicieron alfombras. El resto siempre se han hecho. Aunque sea con lluvia, con viento y tal, pero siempre se han hecho.
Qué bien, qué maravilla. ¿Y a qué hora van a terminar?
Son las 6 de la mañana.
¿Y los niños van a estar toda la noche?
¿Se aguantan? No, ¿sí? Hay que contestar a ellos
siempre,
ya.
Siempre aguantamos.
¿No os vais a cansar?
Nunca.
Qué maravilla. Para vosotros es una gran noche, ¿no? Es como un gran juego, ¿no? Sí. Qué maravilla. Y Emilio es el mejor maestro, yo creo, ¿no?
No, el superabuelo.
El mejor maestro de obra.
El superabuelo.
El superabuelo.
Es que además si quieres blanca,
As night draws in, the streets begin to be transformed. There's magic in the air. Many people will be on their knees all night. Slowly the carpets take shape. This is more than a flower festival. It's a part of the old traditional Spain I'd hate to see disappear. This is the local bank manager's 38th year making flower carpets.
Luciano, ¿cómo estás? ¿Has visto la hora que es?
Pues sí.
Más de las 2.
Más de las 2.
¿Y cómo va eso? Que queda mucho por hacer, ¿no?
No, lo peor ya está hecho.
¿Sí?
Sí, lo peor, además de pintarles, perfilarlas, sin hacerle el remate de las esquinas.
Pero va bien, entonces.
Sí, va bien.
Toda esta gente
va
trabajando.
Muy normal, va muy normal.
Morning in Puente Areas, and the carpets are finished. By 10 o'clock, the sun's shining on the results of last night's efforts. After Mass, the Corpus Christi procession moves off. In just a few minutes, the work of weeks is trampled underfoot. All the old conservative forces are on show. It's easy to understand how the new democracy sometimes infuriates them with its relaxed attitude to law and order and public morals. But the old guard's not about to crush the new order. It hasn't the power, nor, for the most part, the will.
festivals like Corpus Christi or Holy Week mean the whole village or town closes down, apart, of course, from the bars and restaurants, which do a fantastic trade. It's a combination of religious piety and festivity, which some may find a little surprising. If you're in town during a fiesta, the only thing to do is to join in. And if you're hungry, here are a few useful words to help you get a meal.
Buenos días.
Hola, buenos días.
Aparte de la carta tenéis cigalas, ensalada de langosta y anchoas.
De primero, for starters, y de segundo, and for the main course. Yo quiero, I'd like, yo voy a tomar, I'll have.
De primero.
De primero, una ensalada mixta para los 4. ¿Y de segundo?
Y yo de segundo, tortilla quiero.
Yo quiero paella.
Yo voy a tomar un rape a la plancha con almejas y gambas.
Y para mí unos pimientos rellenos.
Para mí, for me.
Y para mí, vino, clarete.
Muy bien, gracias.
Está buenísimo esto pescado. ¿Queréis probar?
Vale.
¿El rape?
No, yo una gamba que voy a coger.
¿Qué tal está? ¿La paella?
¿Está bueno?
Muy bueno, buenísimo.
La tortilla está riquísima.
¿Qué tal está la paella? How's the paella? Está buena. It's good. Buenísima. Very good. Riquísima. Delicious. Oiga, la cuenta, por favor. Excuse me, can we have the bill, please?
In a moment, more about Spanish food with Maria Jose Sevilla, but first, the details again of our action pack. It's got travel tips, a small selection of recipes, and some useful Spanish phrases. And there are details of centres and colleges in your area where you can get personal advice on learning a language. The action pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque for £3 payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. And if you want to try your hand at learning a bit more at home, you can record or watch a whole range of language courses shown on BBC Learning Zone most nights on BBC Two. And now, a taste of Spain with Maria Jose Sevilla and Spain on a plate.
Galicia, the northwest corner of Spain, jetting out into the Atlantic. It's autumn and the vines are heavy with grapes. Maize, dried in the low September sun, is stored for winter in greenhouses. These little buildings, called hórreos, are dotted everywhere across the landscape. The people here are of Celtic descent, deeply religious, yet still in tune with ancient superstitions. Like Celts everywhere, Galicians have inherited a love for ritual and the sound of the bagpipes. In the seaside village of Sanjenjo, the Del Caño family gather to celebrate with their friends.
Carlos, a la salud de Julio.
Oye, María José, mira.
Mira que tiene cabeza.
The feasting over, it's time for ritual. Olga presides over the queimada ceremony. Queimada is the burning of aguardiente, spirit distilled from grapes, with sugar, lemon peel, and coffee beans. As one spirit burns, other spirits are conjured up.
Muchos, curuchas, sapos e bruxas. Muchos. Demos, trasgos e diaños. Espíritos das néboas, corvos, píntigas e meigas. Feitizos das menciñeiras. Podres cañotas furadas.
I am really not certain where this ceremony comes from. I am not at all sure whether the witches have been magicked away or whether they are still lurking here. The reality is that the queimada ceremony is yet another excuse to eat, drink, and have fun well into the Galician night. An armada of timber rafts floats on the fjords that reach into the southern coastline of Galicia. These are shellfish farms, where oysters, mussels and scallops are cultivated on ropes beneath the water. Galicians are born with a love for shellfish and seem to know how to cook them almost by instinct. Every day, Isabel prepares scallops for her mother-in-law's restaurant. Preparation is simple. Because of the freshness, all she has to do is remove the stomach sac and intestine and the running water. Other ingredients are few, chosen to complement rather than compete with the delicate flavor of the scallops. Traditionally, scallops are baked in the oven in their shells, but today Isabel cooks them directly on the hot plate. First, a little salt, then some olive oil. Next, finely chopped onion. It takes a few minutes for the onion to cook until it becomes transparent. Then Isabel is ready to add a dash of white wine, the local Albarino. By then, the flesh of the scallop is firm and opaque, and its succulent juices begin to combine with the flavor of the wine. A sprinkle of freshly chopped parsley and the scallops are more than ready to eat. The El Crisol restaurant is in the small fishing port of El Grove. It's a very typical family-run restaurant. The driving force is Isabel's mother-in-law, Digna Prieto. When she was only 14, her father bought the business for her, and she's been in charge ever since.
Bueno, ahora más que cocinar, dirijo, más bien. Tengo un personal muy eficiente que me ayuda y colabora. Trabajamos en equipo toda la familia, mis hijas y yo, y aparte personal. Entonces tengo a Isabel, que es un fenómeno en la cocina, tengo a Susi, que la repostería es la borda, y yo les dirijo un poco.
¿Pero tú qué eres? ¿Eres una cocinera, una ama de casa?
Soy una ama de casa que amplío un poquito esto porque somos más que una familia normal, pero yo quiero que siga esa línea, que sea una familia y ser una ama de casa.
By 7 a.m., the fish auction is already in full swing. Everybody knows Digna and her ploys for getting the best possible quality for the fairest possible price. Knowing her fish has paid off well, yet again. Since medieval times, the scallop shell has had a symbolic meaning. It is the emblem of pilgrims and of St. James. St. James is Santiago in Spanish, and the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela was the final destination of a long pilgrimage route which stretched across Western Europe. The hazardous journey brought the pilgrim a little closer to heaven, and the pilgrim brought trade which stimulated craftsmanship and learning. Pilgrimage was, and still is, the basis of Santiago's prosperity. Its stamp can be seen everywhere. Even the Tarta de Santiago, the famous almond tart, is decorated with the cross of St. James. But when I come to this holy city, my pilgrimage is also to his wonderful market, where the sell stock is as hard to resist as the produce.
Muy barato, joder. No, muchas gracias.
In the early morning sunshine, everything looks tempting.
A ver, cómprame la patata. No, hoy no. Mañana vuelvo.
And here's something I truly cannot resist.
Hola, ¿a cuánto están los pimientos?
These little green peppers, pimientos in Spanish, used to be a Galician specialty, but now you find them everywhere. Most stay sweet, but sometimes you find a really hot one.
¿Están picantes o están dulces? No, están dulces. El otro día comí y estaban un poco picantes. Están dulces.
It's 15 years since I first bought pimientos from Lola in exactly this spot. How much longer she will be here is uncertain. Modernization may soon mean there is no place at the market for country women like Lola. The finest pimientos are said to come from Padrón, a village just south of Santiago. Pimientos are found in just about every restaurant and bar. They are served almost automatically as an appetizer while you decide what you are going to eat, and the hot ones make you drink more. It's an easy dish to cook. The peppers are washed well and carefully dried so they don't spit when they are fried. I like to deep fry them in olive oil, but they do just as well toast in a frying pan, especially if you are counting calories. Because the skin and flesh of these peppers are very thin, They take only a couple of minutes to cook. When the skin begins to blister and turn brown, they are done. Sprinkling of coarse sea salt to bring out the flavors, and you are ready to take your chances. I call them Russian roulette peppers, because you never know when you are going to get the red-hot one. If you cannot find this type of pepper locally, you could try chopping up thin green capsicum with a little chili pepper to add that element of danger. Now, the woman in the market assured me that these peppers were all sweet. But I wonder. Very sweet. Inland, the hills of Galicia are wrapped in a mist that keeps them permanently green and fertile. In the patchwork of vegetable plots, the yellow plants of the summer season bow to the vitality of the first green leaves of the winter crops. To you, turnip tops, but to me, navithas, or if they were a little older, grelos. We have different names for the leaves at different stages of growth. Mention grelos to anyone in Spain, and they will say straight away, Galician food. So, with a hock of pork, they form the classic Galician dish, the lacón con grelos. Villages like Figueroa embrace progress with caution. Old and new live side by side. Today I am visiting Maria Bernarda and her friend Margarita, who are cooking lacón con grelos in the traditional way. This restored house preserves its original kitchen of 1860, even though it has a thoroughly modern kitchen downstairs. Beneath the chimney, the kitchen is almost completely filled by a large open hearth, called the lareira. Pork with turnip tops, lacón con grelos, was a festive winter dish, cooked in one pot to make the most of what little meat was available. The pork has already been boiled for over 3 hours, together with a few spicy paprika sauces to add flavor and color. The potatoes and turnip tops go into the same pot. While each ingredient adds its own flavor, it also absorbs the qualities of the others, and nothing is wasted. The slow one-pot cooking method produces a subtle harmonizing of flavors. The ingredients may be simple, but the result is succulent. The end of the summer brings the season for the religious festivals we Spaniards call romerías. The Romería at Mujía, on the raw Atlantic coast, draws crowds from miles around. By midday, there are over 5,000 people here to celebrate the special day of Our Lady of the Boats. Once the rituals have been performed, the crowd settles down for music, dancing, and food.
Que hay una de carne y una de pescado. Esta es de bonito.
Today I am doing what families all over Spain love to do. I am here with my mother and my brother's family, enjoying what you might call a picnic, the open-air feast that is an indispensable part of any romería. The food has been cooked by my Galician sister-in-law Margarita, and there is no way she would have forgotten this, the empanada, probably Galicia's favorite food. Empanadas are also one of the specialities of Digna Prieto's restaurant at El Grove. For her pie case, she makes a bread dough with flour, milk, live yeast, eggs, and a pinch of salt. There is a secret ingredient too, a dash of the liqueur anise. But Digna's real trade secret is her feather-light touch, which makes her pie crust so irresistible. Digna's empanadas should be good. Every day for 30 years, she's been making the same 2 empanadas in precisely the same way. One with a tuna filling and one with salt cod.
¿Cómo va esa comidita de la niña del señor Walter? ¿Va bien esa comidita? Susi, que no se pase.
For the tuna filling, she prepares a sauce from onions and tomatoes, called a sofrito. The chopped onions are cooked in plenty of olive oil, so they stew as much as fry. For her empanada filling, Digna adds parsley, although the classic sofrito sauce has only onions and tomatoes. After cooking for 15 to 20 minutes, the onions are soft and transparent. The pureed tomatoes will take less time to cook, maybe 10 minutes. When tiny bubbles of oil appear on the surface, the sauce is ready. This sofrito is the basis of many recipes. It's one of the sauces that define the flavor of Spanish cookery. The sofrito is spread over the dough and sprinkled with canned tuna fish. Of course, fresh tuna can be used if it is cooked first.
Dues de meses a marinera, dues de mexillons en salsa, dues de empanadas y después carne y pescado.
A light coat of beaten egg gives the pie a tempting golden glaze. Free-range eggs have the best color. Around 20 minutes in the oven and perfection. Digna's ideal empanada is crisp on top, but still light and moist underneath. Apart from empanadas, what are Digna's favorite Galician recipes?
Bueno, todos los pescados y todos los mariscos. Y las carnes, que son riquísimas también. Y la repostería, todo. Todo. Todo.
Pies and pipes. Galicia holds fast to his traditions, while other parts of Spain seem to turn their backs on the past more readily. The Celtic spirit is still strong here.
That's all from the Travel Hour for today. If you want to find out more, the Travel Action Pack has general information on travel, holidays, and a small selection of recipes. It covers Spain and Italy, as well as France. The Action Pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque for £3 payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. You can find all these details on CFAX, page 636, and also...
Was my special garden feature.
Oh, Bapu, you're a genius.
Oh, not me, Ravi. I just answered the telephone.
Gosh, it was you.
Some people live in the country, some people live in the city or town, some people live at the top of the tower, but some people live much nearer the ground. But Joshua Jones can live wherever he goes, down by the waterside or any place the water flows. La 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 la, that's the life he knows.
Are the brochures really telling you porkies?
Although the hotel does have a glorious facade, some of the rooms inside may not live up to expectations.
Are the destinations really worth visiting?
You can go to sleep looking at the stars, and you can wake up with the sunrise.
Are you really looking beyond the small print?
I want to try to break beneath the icy surface and live life like a local.
The Travel Show returns Wednesday, 8:30, BBC Two.
And it's certainly one way to help beat those winter blues.
Tennis highlights from the fourth day of the Australian Open after the Travel Hour, now on BBC Two in Spain.
Hello, hola, and welcome to the Travel Hour in Spain with some of the best from the BBC's archives on travel, history and culture, food and wine, and lots more. In today's programme, we visit the youthful city of Madrid and some of the older towns that are around the capital. And later in the programme, well, we're going to be sampling some of the region's culinary delights and picking up a few recipes with Maria Jose Sevilla in Spain on a plate. Before that, we explore some of the many attractions of the area, and you can learn a bit of the language too. And we're also going to be giving you all the details of our Travel Action Pack, which is full of useful information. Coming up in today's Travel Hour, culture and nightlife in Madrid, Shonkagua reports. The strawberry train to Aranjuez, an escape from the summer heat. What's on offer in the beautiful old town of Segovia, and the traditional sheep and goat herds of Extremadura. Madrid is in an unlikely place for a capital city, several hundred miles from the sea, and the highest capital city in Europe, with extremes of climate. 9 months of winter, 3 months of hell, is how the locals describe it. Madrid became the capital when Philip II moved here in 1561 to be at the geographical centre of this huge country. Madrid perhaps lacks the sense of history of other capital cities, not nearly so many old monuments to visit, but it makes up for that by being one of the liveliest in the whole of Spain. Sean Cagur checks it out.
One of my guidebooks says the best way to see Madrid is with your head up. Useful advice. But it doesn't hurt to have your eyes down occasionally in a good book, or 6. This is a big, brash city, and any tip on where to start is welcome.
Hard to believe this, but we are at the center of the universe. Well, that's what it says in Michael's Guide, which is a number of self-contained walking tours of Madrid. And the reason it says so is because this is the Puerta del Sol, and it has a landmark known as Kilometer Zero. All distances are measured from here. All street numbers begin from the end nearest here. And if Spain is the center of the world, as the Spaniards claim, and Madrid the center of Spain, then Puerta del Sol must be the undisputed center of the universe. I'm off for a quick stroll around the universe.
Michael's Guide takes you through the universe at street level. It's good on history and divides Madrid area by area for those who like to use foot power. It has a useful must-do list, and at the top of pretty much everyone's must-dos is the Prado Museum, with a higher concentration of masterpieces, it's been said, than any other collection in the world, if you can find them.
Oh, the inside guide. For all the recent improvements, the Prado is a perplexing gallery to visit. Start here? Time out. Its layout is quite confusing. That way. Berlitz. Layout has still not been finalized. Luckily, the Prado has always been a nice place to get lost in. Straight ahead.
Another landmark, Las Ventas, the Wembley of bullfighting. The Inside Guide has a whole chapter on the traditions and history, but Time Out acknowledges many simply find it revolting, me for one.
Bullfighting is no sport. The usual score at Las Ventas, Matadors 6, Bulls 0, is just a bit too predictable for that. But guides like the Berlitz do witter on about flamboyance and fate, violence with grace, which is a load of old bull. This is about torturing animals, file under chicken fighting, ripping foxes to bits, and badger baiting.
Time to go and look at some other animals. The Inside Guide tells you the racing is an excuse. In summer, the horses cavort about until 2:30 in the morning, but most Spaniards who come are much more interested in checking out the human form. People watching is the main pastime of Madrileños, and after dark you'll find them doing exactly that in the hundreds of terrace bars or tapas joints lovingly listed in the Time Out Guide. There is only one way to do justice to an anchovy.
It turns out there's an etiquette to eating tapas, and Time Out is the only guide which offers help here. Except in smartish bars, olive stones, toothpicks and other disposables are thrown on the floor, and when at the bar it is near obligatory to wipe your mouth or hands regularly on the tissue-type napkins, screw them up and then throw them on the floor as well. But don't imagine anything goes. There's a notice over there which says spitting is strictly prohibited. Now, that would be bad manners.
Time Out scored again by pointing me to the Palacio de Gaviria.
The Palacio is a real Madrileños hangout. It was, no surprise, a royal palace. Now it's a stunning collection of 3 dance floors, 5 bars, a cabaret, pool room, and various salons. It manages the Madrid double act of being totally over the top and effortlessly laid back at the same time. Not to be missed.
There's no generation gap, no one kind of music, and no single dress code. The night belongs to everyone. You'd have to be a very determined tourist to follow that with a Sunday morning in the Retiro Park. But there is a bracing guidebook which could bully you out of bed.
Now, if you're the kind of person who feels lost on holiday without your laptop, or if you're of a generally neurotic disposition, then Fodor's is probably the guide for you. This under essential information. If your laptop is US made, call the consulate of the country you'll be visiting to find out whether it should be registered. Before departure, find out about repair facilities at your destination. Don't leave home without it.
In fact, you may not leave home at all, what with all the checklists and this Nanny Knows Best guidebook. But once in the Retiro, the best advice is to forget the books and enjoy the show that Madrid has laid on for you.
If you'd like to find out more about Spain, you can order our action pack. It's got general travel information on Spain and also covers France and Italy. There's a small selection of recipes and details on courses and centres you can contact in your area if you want to learn a language. The action pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. The absolute must for the visitor to Madrid is the Prado Art Museum. It may not be easy to find your way around, as Shonka Gur demonstrated, but for Sister Wendy, the fascination of one painting pulled her like a magnet through the maze of corridors.
There was a saying in Spain, think of Madrid and you think of the court. And what a court! The most powerful in Europe, all hierarchy and rigidity. Everything centred on the king, whose sense of his own dignity forbade him even to smile in public. A fearsome figure who could make or break reputations, and on whose approval every artist waited trembling. But this king, Philip IV, had a genuine love of art.
He had a raft of painters at court, but among them another young man, whom he realized was not only a great painter, but in fact one of the greatest painters, in fact the greatest painter the world has ever seen, Velázquez. And he painted the greatest painting in the world, a slice of life in the royal court. Las Meninas is the only painting I find daunting. How to explain its impact, this incredible sense that we're rarely there in Velázquez's studio that sunlit morning in Spain. And the maids of honor have brought in the little princess, that silver and gold creature in the middle, with all her entourage, and her playmates, the dwarves at whom the Spanish court laughed. But Velázquez doesn't laugh. He paints everybody, including that wonderful dog, with the same respectful interest. And he paints them so superbly, just little kind of squiggles of paint that at a distance become silver and gold and rosettes and fair hair. And then as we look, we see the royal child is not the center. The center is somebody who isn't actually in the picture, the king, with his queen reflected there in the background. So important that even though they're not physically there, they dominate. But where they must be standing to be reflected is more or less where we're standing. And all these people are looking out at us. And I really think this is part of the involvement we feel, that we're involved with the king and queen because we're standing in the same position, and so we're also there, though not physically. And of course, whatever the king and queen may think, the one in control is Velázquez, standing there bigger than anybody else. And the fact that he's standing has for him a personal significance, because only a nobleman could stand in the presence of the king. But for us, the importance is what he's standing there to do. And what he's standing there to do is really to work a sort of miracle, because he's going to stop time. In a moment back then, the major domo would go out that door and the little princess would take the cup. But Velázquez, he's made it eternal. It will always be there. And we'll always be in it, also escaping the constraints of time.
What always baffles me about Velázquez is that it wasn't enough for him to be such a great painter. He didn't just paint for the court. It was his emotional center. Nobody ever less needed the glittering baubles of aristocracy. But that's what he yearned for. He toadied up. He was royal housekeeper, whose chores ranged from seeing to the sweeping of the corridors to decorating the new royal tomb, an outrageous confection, totally alien to his own taste. But that's what the king wanted. He squandered his painting time, but it paid off. He got the Red Cross of Nobility the year before he died. And would you believe it, back he goes to Las Meninas and paints it in, conspicuous on his bosom. I shake my head over Velázquez. Why? And yet, to be fair, he got both his desires, worldly recognition and eternal fame.
Madrid in the summer is so hot that everybody escapes to cooler places whenever they can. Many spend the weekends in the mountains just north of Madrid, or a popular day trip to go on is to the Royal Palace and Gardens at Aranjuez, a green oasis filled with fountains. You can get there in style on the old Strawberry train.
El tren de la fresa se prepara para partir. Es un antiguo tren de vapor que ya funcionaba en el siglo pasado. Para muchos madrileños, no hay nada como escapar de la ciudad en el fin de semana, sobre todo si el día se presenta soleado y caluroso como hoy.
¿Qué van a hacer en Aranjuez?
Bueno, pues trataremos de pasarlo bien viendo el palacio, viendo los monumentos, comiendo tranquilamente y pasando un día delicioso.
Los trajes de las azafatas hacen juego con la edad del tren. Las fresas de Aranjuez son famosas en toda España. En el siglo pasado, este tren transportaba las fresas hasta Madrid, de ahí su nombre. En la estación de Aranjuez, un recibimiento muy especial aguarda a los viajeros. Para algunos, la visita al pueblo comienza en el Palacio Real. Para otros, en la casita del labrador, un antiguo pabellón de caza. El Palacio Real y sus jardines. En el pasado, residencia de verano para muchos reyes españoles. Escapando del calor de la capital, los reyes acudían a Aranjuez para disfrutar de la sombra y la frescura de estos jardines. Pasear sin rumbo fijo entre árboles y fuentes. Unos momentos de paz y descanso para los madrileños que cada domingo huyen de la gran ciudad. El tren de la Fresa está a punto de salir.
¿Qué tal se lo ha pasado hoy?
Muy bien, perfecto, maravilloso. Ha sido un día de lo más agradable.
¿Qué es lo que más le ha gustado de toda la excursión?
Pues el conjunto en general, el recibimiento de la orquesta, las niñas del tren que son encantadoras, la alegría de la excursión, todo ello.
¿Qué es lo que más le ha gustado de toda la excursión?
Los jardines y el tren.
Pues hemos visto la casita del labrador, y el Palacio Real y muchas cosas.
Tren especial de la Fresa.
En el tren, los excursionistas se disponen a pasar un tranquilo viaje de vuelta. Otros madrileños regresan de una forma menos relajada al centro de la ciudad.
Aranjuez is just one of a number of splendid old towns surrounding Madrid. Next stop on the railway line is Toledo, home of the famous painter El Greco. To the north of the capital is a rocky ridge crowned by the town of Segovia. Like Aranjuez, this too was a royal resort and has an impressive collection of architectural monuments.
Segovia's history goes back 2,000 years to the Romans. Its most famous tourist attraction is the Roman aqueduct. The town's golden age was the 15th century, when the kings of Castilla held their court here. The royal family lived in this fortress, El Alcázar. The nice thing about Segovia is that there's much more to see than just monuments. Its churches and castle are set in a whole maze of beautiful old streets and squares. It's almost as if the town itself was a monument. It's not surprising then that the local people are proud of their town's attractions. I found that out when I asked them what there is in Segovia for tourists. ¿Qué hay en Segovia para los turistas? ¿Qué hay en Segovia para los turistas?
En Segovia hay muchas cosas para los turistas. En Segovia para los turistas hay muchísimas cosas para ver.
Para los turistas en Segovia hay muchos monumentos.
Hay el Alcázar, hay bastantes iglesias, el Alcázar, la catedral, el acueducto, la catedral, muchas iglesias.
¿Qué hay en Segovia para los turistas? ¿Qué hay? What is there? Hay la catedral. There's the cathedral. Hay el acueducto. Hay el Alcázar. Hay muchas cosas. There are many things. Notice that I can mean there are as well as there is.
En Segovia hay muchas cosas para los turistas. En Segovia para los turistas hay muchísimas cosas para ver.
Para los turistas en Segovia hay muchos monumentos.
Hay el Alcázar, hay bastantes iglesias, el Alcázar, la catedral, el acueducto, la catedral, muchas iglesias.
Una catedral muy bonita, hay un alcázar muy grande, el acueducto que es muy famoso.
Hay muchas otras cosas.
To the southwest of Madrid is the region of Extremadura, an isolated agricultural area sparsely populated and with few towns. In this inhospitable landscape, remote villages rarely see foreign visitors. In some parts, the way of life has scarcely changed for generations.
June in central Spain. Sheep being driven to greener pastures in the mountains. In the age of the train and the cattle truck, these men are reviving a much older way of travelling. Across the plains of Extremadura, the shepherds were coming to the end of another hard day. This drive will reopen a right-of-way dating back centuries. Environmentalists have teamed up with farmers with a plan to reclaim a dozen droving routes right across Spain.
Casualmente cuando yo era joven, pues era muy distinto hoy, porque entonces no había los medios como hay hoy, por ejemplo, de vehículos. O sea, que entonces salíamos los ganaderos y con los burros, los caballos, ¿me comprenden? Y luego era por 7 meses, o sea, que salíamos de casa, por ejemplo, el mes de octubre y no volvíamos hasta el último de mayo a ver la familia.
The organisers hope that in years to come, a new breed of tourist will join them on the trail, not only to get a unique view of the countryside, but to keep alive its traditions. Places that are stunning to the passing stranger's eye can often seem very different to those who live in them.
Un paraíso, pero no. Eso es para un día. Por ejemplo, tú vienes aquí un día y sí, es muy bonito y tal y cual, pero está aquí todos los días, esto, trabajando y eso, pues llega un punto que te aburres. Pero salimos adelante, sales adelante, pero para vivir. O sea que no puedes hacer, yo qué sé, irte por ahí de vacaciones o porque no te lo permite. Para vivir y eso sí, pero para otra cosa no.
The Pérez Núñez family share their home with the animals. A few years ago, young men like Angel would have left Extremadura to find work in the city. Nowadays, there are no jobs to go to. In the old days, the sheep drovers used to stay here overnight. Nowadays, the family run an unlicensed bar for local workers, who hear about it by word of mouth. The bar is also the living room and the kitchen.
Tengo que hacer el queso 2 veces, o sea que todos los días, o sea, todos los días lo mismo, todos los días. Y mi hijo pues con su padre, porque como un trabajo no hay, pues tiene que estar con su padre o aquí en casa.
Even if they had the will to continue this way of life, traditional methods of earning a living can no longer be relied upon.
No, porque es que no hay posibilidad de nada. Si dijera, bueno, tienes un porvenir o por lo menos sacas para comer y para ir viviendo, pero nada.
If life is hard for the people of Extremadura, it can be a lot harder for the animals. Older pigs go to market, but not before they've been castrated and then fattened up.
Había que capar eso grande.
Extremadura is still a land of farm workers. Many of them are paid government benefits because there's work for only part of the year. Hand-reared pigs are expensive and hard to sell. It's a tough life for everyone.
The poverty and remoteness of Extremadura may have encouraged young men to leave and seek their fortune elsewhere. This is the land of the conquistadores, who set off to discover the Americas in the 16th century. Some came back rich and endowed churches and monasteries. One such place is Guadalupe, with its famous sanctuary to the Virgin Mary, who was sited nearby. The village became the symbolic centre of the Spanish-speaking world.
Extremadura, Western Spain. Guadalupe, one of Spain's oldest historical shrines, and for centuries a symbol of Spain's link with the Americas. Today, people come from all over the Spanish-speaking world to get married in the monastery. For those who left with a dream of a better life, it's a return to the roots of Spanishness, hispanidad.
¿Por qué vienen a Guadalupe a casarse? Pues vienen por muchas maneras. En primer lugar, por el centro mariano que atrae a las personas que tienen devoción a la Virgen de Guadalupe. En segundo lugar, porque es un sitio acogedor, donde se encuentran todos en la misma casa. Tienen hotel, hospedería y centro mariano. Obra y arte, y sosiego y paz. A Guadalupe le llaman la cuna de la hispanidad, porque precisamente es la cuna de la hispanidad. En Guadalupe, Cristóbal Colón estuvo 3 veces. En Guadalupe se firmaron las primeras cartas para la toma de Canadá. Y de Guadalupe salieron los primeros misioneros para Hispanoamérica.
Many of the great conquerors or conquistadores who left for the New World were from Extremadura, Pizarro, Orellana, and the conqueror of Mexico, Hernán Cortés. But what kind of people were the conquistadores? And why did so many come from Extremadura? Historian Esteban Cortijo.
Había de todas las clases sociales desde el principio, y tanto si eran guerreros como si eran eclesiásticos, religiosos o eran juristas, o también, como en algunos casos, eran comerciantes, agricultores, también mujeres. Las condiciones de vida de Extremadura eran extremas, eran radicales, tanto en el clima como en la propia condición de calidad de vida, de forma de vida. Y estos, cuando llegaron a América, parece ser que cuando otros se asentaban, ellos seguían aún más, aún más. Creo que en ese aún más y en ese andar un poquito más allá hay algo del carácter de los extremeños. Yo pienso que en Extremadura, como en otros países, la necesidad, o sea, el hambre, es una de las razones para irse, pero no solo el hambre. También había un sueño, creo yo. Había un sueño porque si no, cuando llegan a Nueva España llegan a las primeras islas, a las primeras colonias, se hubieran asentado de secretarios, de gobernadores, de obispos.
Pre-Columbian dances, brought back from the Americas in the 16th century, are still performed today in many parts of Spain. But within Extremadura, the most outstanding legacy of the conquistadores are the palaces, churches and convents, endowed by those who had made their fortunes in the New World. The Spanish paradores are an example of living history. Palaces and convents are now luxury hotels, a modern testament to the wealth and legacy of the conquistadores.
Yo entiendo que los paradores nacionales están cubriendo y han cubierto un papel importantísimo en el camino de restauración de la obra arquitectónica del pasado. Muchos de ellos están en grandes conventos, palacios, incluso iglesias, en fin, que han reconstituido de alguna manera, integrando en la vida real, en la vida social, económica de las poblaciones en las que están ubicados, situados. O sea, creo que el Parador Nacional en ese sentido pues ha integrado en la vida actual y moderna lo que era simplemente pasado.
In a minute, Maria Jose Sevilla samples more recipes in Spain on a plate. First though, here's a reminder about our action pack. It's got travel tips, a small selection of recipes and some useful Spanish phrases. And there are details of centres and colleges in your area where you can get personal advice on learning a language. The action pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque for £3 payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. And if you want to try your hand at learning a bit more at home, you can record or watch a whole range of language courses shown on BBC Learning Zone most nights on BBC Two. And now, a taste of Spain with Maria Jose Sevilla and Spain on a plate.
Madrid, capital of Spain since the 16th century. The city divides Spain's central plateau into its two castilles, the old and the new. Even though the bustling European city of today has lost some of the attractions I remember 20 years ago, it is still a place I find exciting to visit. People are drawn from all over Spain to work in the country's administrative and economic center. Madrid cuisine owes its variety to the regional cooking styles brought in by these newcomers. By mid-morning, the streets begin to empty and the tapas bars begin to fill up. The Bar Santander is a typical, long-established tapas bar. Fast service and moderate prices attract loyal customers, mainly students and local workers dashing in for a second breakfast of coffee and tapas. Tapas are small dishes of anything, from the very simple plates of almonds or olives to a more sophisticated recipe, which in many cases has been preserved by the tapas tradition. The word tapas means to cover a drink with what was probably originally a slice of bread topped with some delicacy. Croquetas are one of the most ubiquitous tapas. They were introduced from France to Spain through the kitchens of the aristocracy. Today they are made at home, as well as in bars and restaurants. My favorites are fish croquetas. The fish is poached with a little lemon juice, dill and salt, then flaked. Any white fish will do. The next stage is to make a light bechamel sauce, using half fish stock and half milk. Finely chopped onions are fried in olive oil until they are transparent. Plain flour is added and cooked in the hot oil until it is a golden biscuity brown and all the oil has been absorbed. With the pan off the heat, the stock and milk are blended in, a little at a time, to avoid lumps. There are two schools of thought here. Some cooks prefer to add the liquid hot with the pan still on the heat. But my mother taught me to do it this way, and I find it gives me more control over the thickening of the sauce. Once half of the liquid has been absorbed, it's safe to return the pan to the heat and add the rest. Bechamel sauce cannot be rushed. It needs constant stirring for about 20 minutes to make sure that the flour is properly cooked without burning. When the bechamel sauce is smooth and creamy, the flaked fish is folded in. The mixture is left to cool and refrigerated for a couple of hours. The paste is dipped in beaten egg, a teaspoonful at a time, then coated in fresh breadcrumbs and shaped into a ball. This is the relaxing, therapeutic part of the recipe. Finally, the croquetas are deep fried in olive oil until they are golden brown. Croquetas should be crisp and dry on the outside and soft and light inside. The recipe can be varied by using chicken, ham, or even cheese instead of fish. Another favorite tapas is the Spanish omelette, the tortilla española. Potatoes are the main ingredient. All ones are best. The way they are cut affects the way they cook, and that in turn affects the taste and texture. The potatoes are fried for a few minutes in a non-stick pan with a pinch or two of salt. Then the sliced onions go in. Although the classic Spanish omelette has only potatoes and onions, I'm also adding some finely sliced green pepper to provide extra flavor and a little color. The vegetables are stirred gently to avoid browning the onions or breaking up the potatoes too much. After about 15 minutes, the excess oil is drained off and the potatoes and onions are ready to combine with the beaten eggs. The egg mixture is returned to the pan to cook over a lower heat. I like to use a little of the reserve oil for cooking the omelette because it's already full of flavor from frying the vegetables. Shaking the pan prevents the omelette from sticking. Be very careful turning the omelette, as you can easily burn yourself. If you are at all unsure, do it over the sink. By now you realize that the tortilla española has very little to do with the thin pancake studded with leftover vegetables that passes for Spanish omelette in some British restaurants. The true Spanish omelette should be about 2.5 centimeters or 1 inch thick, golden brown on the outside and still juicy inside. It's equally good hot or cold, and makes a wonderful lunch eaten between 2 slices of crusty bread. Traditional tapas like these are found all over Spain in bars like the Santander, but a different type of tapas bar is springing up to cater for the taste of a new generation of trendy Spaniards. Bar Ranz is one of the new breed of tapas bars, where style and presentation take the lead. Prices are higher, so the customers tend to be well-heeled. These are the new class of young, outwardly mobile Madrileños, the yuppies of Madrid society. The style may be new, but the tapas are adaptations by the chef, Tomás Herranz, of traditional recipes. Hogaza is the Castilian name for a round bread. These hogazas have a topping of anchovies and roast red peppers. The central plateau of Spain has supported flocks of sheep longer than history records. Sheep that have provided wool, meat, and milk for cheese making. On the edge of the Laguna del Taray, the wealthy Oriol family has an old hunting lodge. Camilo, one of the sons, runs a small production unit, making farmhouse manchego cheese.
Buen color. Que es un vino de la Mancha.
His cheeses, mature for 3 months, are typical of the area, delicious and with great character. According to Camilo, care of the sheep is the starting point for a good cheese.
Hombre, yo creo que es tan especial es principalmente la zona donde procede. Nosotros intentamos cuidar la raza manchega para sacarle su mayor rendimiento y producciones, y de ahí al final sacar su materia prima, y nosotros cuidadosamente, con mucho cuidado, transformamos esa materia prima de un queso puramente artesanal.
The cheese making uses traditional artisans' methods, but with the refinements of stainless steel and automatic temperature control. The cheese curd is packed into plastic molds, embossed to imitate the herringbone pattern of esparto grass that has always characterized the manchego cheese. After dark on Fridays and Saturdays, the Madrileños are out on the streets again. No one even thinks about eating dinner until 9:30 or 10 o'clock. Restaurants are still busy well after midnight. This is the restaurant Botín in the old quarter of Madrid. Its cellars date back to the 16th century. Castilians love roast meat. In fact, Castile is known in Spain as the land of roast meat. At the Botín, the house specialities are suckling pig and young lamb, cooked in the traditional way in a wood-fired oven lined with clay on the inside and decorated with talavera tiles on the outside. Meat has been cooked in ovens like this for more than 1,000 years. The whole lamb is set in a large earthenware dish and filled with an aromatic mixture of herbs, vegetables and wine. In the clay oven, the meat cooks at a ferociously high temperature. The crisp, mouth-watering result is positively medieval. At home, you can capture something of the flavor of the Botín lamb even without the clay oven. Have your butcher prepare a double-best tent of lamb and tie it with a string to make a hollow for the other ingredients. Garlic, onions, paprika, salt, a bay leaf, some tarragon, olive oil, white wine, and potatoes. The onions and garlic are chopped and marinated in a little olive oil with the paprika and bay leaf to make a dressing, which is spooned into the lamb. Brushing the sides with olive oil helps the lamb cook crisp and golden. The potatoes will cook beautifully in the fat and juices from the lamb. They will need to be turned halfway through. Tarragon leaves left to macerate in the white wine for a few hours give a wonderful herby taste and smell. The lamb goes into a hot oven for the first 35 minutes, and then the heat is reduced for another 35 minutes or until the potatoes are golden brown and the lamb cooked to your liking. I chose best end of lamb because it's so easy to carve into cutlets. Presentation is always important to me, but tonight I'm taking extra care to make the lamb look good because I have a particularly discerning dinner guest, international food writer Claudia Roden.
Ah, that's good. It looks wonderful.
I hope she likes it.
So where did you get this from?
It's just the local lamb. You know, it's a good season for the lamb at the moment. And what I tried was to emulate a recipe that I got from the restaurant Botín.
And I like it pink like that, not overcooked and also not too red. I don't think I've ever had such a tender lamb, actually.
In Spain, dinner is not necessarily the end of the evening. It's 1 a.m. and there is still time for a drink before the disco. makeshift food stalls appear out of the darkness, run by street sellers who prefer to remain anonymous.
That's all from the Travel Hour for today. If you want to find out more, the Travel Action Pack has general information on travel, holidays and a small selection of recipes. It covers France and Italy as well as Spain. The Action Pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque for £3 payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. You can find all these details on CFAX page 636 and also on our Travel Hour website, which has details.
Wild about your house? Well, this week's Really Wild show homes in on animals who live in some rather unusual places.
This is no ordinary rucksack, because you see, it's home to this rather gorgeous little creature, a baby Bennett wallaby.
And if you think that's weird, check into a luxury giraffe hotel, an experience that just can't be licked. Really wicked, really worth watching. The Really Wild Show, Tuesday at 4:35 on Children's BBC One.
Racing at Ascot and indoor bowls from Preston are coming up on BBC Two after we've headed for warmer climes in the Travel Hour.
Hola and welcome to the Travel Hour in Spain with some of the best from the BBC's archives on travel, history and culture, food and wine and lots more. Now today we're off to Catalonia, whose capital, Barcelona, is one of the most fashionable cities in Spain. Up and down the coast are some of the best beaches in the country, and inland Catalonia reaches as far as the Pyrenees. Now later in the programme we'll be sampling some of the region's culinary delights and picking up a few recipes with Maria José Sevilla in Spain on a plate. Before that, we explore some of the many attractions of the area, and you can learn a bit of the language too. And we'll also be giving you details of our Travel Action Pack, which is full of useful information. Coming up in today's Travel Hour, the best of the Costa Brava with Eamon Holmes. Two backpacking chums on a tight budget discover Barcelona, the unique buildings of Antoni Gaudí, and in Valencia, an extraordinary festival of exploding statues. Catalonia prides itself on its independent culture. It has its own language, Catalan, which is spoken all the way from the French border down to Valencia. We start our tour of Catalonia on the coast which first put Spain on the tourist map, the original Costa, the Costa Brava.
Costa Brava means wild coast, but along its rugged exterior lies Tossa de Mar. Far from being wild, it's a family resort. With a medieval fortress towering over the beach, it's one of the few places you can take in the local history and never move from the comfort of your beach towel.
It can be a dilemma on holiday, can't it? Whether to soak up the sun or soak up the local culture. Well, Tossa may be able to provide the ideal compromise, because here history begins just a stroll from the beach.
The town walls were built in the 12th century as a deterrent to marauding pirates. But eventually, these walls were breached and the old town marauded. Not by people wielding swords, but people wielding paintbrushes. This is now home to Tossa's artistic community. Their booty, lots of good light and dramatic scenery, enough to fill many galleries and a museum. Here you'll find Tossa's most important works and your only guarantee of an empty beach. Tossa has 3 sandy beaches, but at the height of the season finding a spacious plot is not that easy. The resort's mainly frequented by Italians and the Spanish in July and August, so if you're the kind that doesn't like to hear an English accent whilst abroad, Tossa could fit the bill. Ah, a space at last. But then, when you do eventually find a spot to call your own, it's not long before you find out that the spaces that are left are there for a very good reason.
You see, the trouble is, a lot of boat trips operate to and from the beach, and if you don't want to be caught in a stampede, you'd be advised to stay well back.
Glass-bottom boats provide trips round the bay, but if you want to explore further afield, a water bus service hops from resort to resort along the coastline.
The trip south to Blanes takes about an hour and costs around £3.50. What it does is actually make you appreciate just how green the Costa Brava coastline is. This boat doesn't stop shaking. Costa Brava coastline will not be the only thing that turns green.
Be advised though, turning green is not restricted to the high sea. There's the high road as well.
If you tend to be particularly susceptible to travel sickness, it may pay to avoid the coastal road out of town. The first 10 miles alone have 145, and this is one of them, stomach-churning bends.
Maybe the boat wasn't so bad after all. Nearby La Bisbal is the centre of the Catalan pottery industry. With most things being made on the premises, prices here are the cheapest you'll find. From pepper pots to Mickey Mouse badges, every shop sells ceramics, and it's pretty hard to come away without buying at least one souvenir.
Thank you very much. And the really nice thing is that whatever you buy, they'll wrap it up really well so that you can actually carry it on the plane without breaking it. Thank you very much.
If it's more than pottery you're after, visit the nearby city of Girona. It's the place for top quality shops, and the shade of the tall narrow streets provide an escape from the heat of the sun. Don't worry about finding your way around. Its tour guides will find you.
I certainly do. Can you help me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Well, where are we now?
Now we are here, and this is the juice quarter.
Lovely. Just down there. Can I keep the map?
Yes, of course.
Oh, you're very kind. That's great.
How about that for service with a smile?
Very kind. Thank you. Bye.
So, armed with my map and good advice, I managed to find my way to one of Girona's oldest and most unusual buildings.
If the Spanish know a thing or two about swimming pools, well, they've had plenty of practice. This bathing house dates from the 12th century, and although a welcome retreat on a hot day like this, unfortunately, the only thing you can dip nowadays is the odd coin for good luck.
But the theme is strictly modern on the outskirts of Tossa, with its fair share of souvenir shops and where most of the self-catering apartments are located. In the evenings, everyone tends to congregate in the more select areas at the foot of the old town. The restaurants here are popular, so if you want to dine in the romantic setting of the castle walls, don't be caught out like us. Book in advance, it gets very busy.
Generally speaking, the closer to the old town walls you get, the more upmarket the restaurants become. And if you fancy a walk along the ramparts after dinner, just go easy on the old vino. It's a long way down.
If you'd like to find out more about Spain, you can order our action pack. It's got general travel information on Spain and also covers France and Italy. There's a small selection of recipes and details on courses and centres you can contact in your area if you want to learn a language. The action pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. The Costa Brava may have its fair share of concrete sprawls and packed beaches, but it also has rocky cliffs with coves and inlets. Costa Brava means wild coast. And inland there are villages which have not lost all their charm to mass tourism. Monty Don explores.
Catalonia established its own identity hundreds of years ago. And despite Franco's attempts to suppress that, it still exists strongly today, and you'll find it in its culture, its language, and in its food. This is the essence of Catalan food: bread, olive oil, and tomato. And it might be topped with cheese or ham or chorizos, which is the name, incidentally, that the Catalans give to the wealthy Barcelonians who come to this part of the country and buy second homes to holiday in. Places like Pals behind us.
Give a garden, blah, 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 blah. In our castle in Spain, you'll be living rent-free. Every capital gain you'll share with me.
With the carefully renovated medieval homes and communal dance routines, you can almost touch the sense of tradition here. In fact, they only started restoring these houses in 1948, when a local doctor turned his hand to DIY. You can get back to nature on the cliff-top paths just south of Agua Blava, and it soon becomes apparent how the rugged coastline offered a natural defense against the tourist invasion. No concrete jungle this, but still popular, particularly with the Spanish. Perhaps they too are searching for a lost past when they come to hear the Havaneres, the songs of the Catalan mariners who sailed away to colonial Cuba. But you can still find a secret costa. All you need is a sunrise, a pair of swimming trunks, and a speedboat. Well, here's my secret cove on the secret costa. Well, almost. Anyway, it's nice to have a bit of company.
The capital of Catalonia, Barcelona, is Spain's second largest city. It's a big commercial and industrial city with a lovely Gothic quarter and some splendid buildings and museums. It has a famous tree-lined avenue, Las Ramblas, which is the place to stroll, meet people and people watch. For two backpacking friends seeing the sights and looking for a good time, where better to start?
Waterloo International.
Right.
This is D-Day.
This is where we're going to get Eurostar, which is going to take us to the first leg of the big trip.
Okay, here we are, Barcelona.
We're walking down the Rambla in Barcelona, and it's a pretty interesting place. There's got people selling nuts, budgerigars, doing a bit of performance art.
There's loads of performance artists. Fantastic. It moves when you put the money in. I think we've got a whole aviary over here or something. I think there's some, look, there's some chickens. Look, this looks like a genetic experiment.
Yeah, sure to know whether these for the dinner plate or just for your bungee cage back home. Either way, I don't think the RSPB would be too impressed.
No, maybe not. Nice tasty sauce, excellent. Well, there it is. I've had a piping hot bowl of mussels,
And Paul's had like a tray of sort of salad stuff. But we were a bit perturbed about the price of it all, really.
Yeah,
I mean, £6 it worked out for one starter. Not really
exactly.
what you're backpacking around Barcelona.
Yeah,
It's
it's a bit extravagant for a student sort of backpacking budget. This is the Guia del Ocio. This is basically the Catalan answer to Time Out or What's On. And it's going to tell us exactly what's cooking tonight. Clubs, parties, nightclubs, whatever.
We're heading towards the area of Barcelona called Gracia. We're going to a club called Sabor Cubano, which I think is a sort of Latin type place. Yeah.
Quítate lo malo, échalo para atrás. Quítate lo malo, échalo para atrás. Échalo para atrás. Quítate lo malo.
We're still wondering if we can get behind them after, get that vibe going again with the old cowbells. And then the lads get up and strut the stuff on the bar. Yeah, it's a brilliant night. I mean, it's a 22-hour day. Just fantastic. Brilliant atmosphere. Salsa music was great. Palomas was fantastic. The barmaids were even better. Just storming. So now we're just gonna work our way home. If we can remember the directions and have some pleasant dreams, and look forward to another great day tomorrow.
Enjoying the nightlife in a big Spanish city is made easier by the tradition of tapas, the snacks before a meal, which can be a meal in themselves. You don't really need to sit down, you just flit from bar to bar, eating as you go. There are all sorts of tapas, hot and cold, and they vary from region to region. But some of the most standard dishes are just chunks of potato omelette, ham, cheese, croquettes, sausage, anchovies, squid and octopus.
Hola. Sí, ¿qué de pinchos? Bueno, hay chaca, hay pimiento con anchoa, hay boquerones también, chipiones, tenéis callos. Pues yo voy a tomar una croqueta. ¿Una croqueta? Y yo también. Dos croquetas.
¿Qué hay de pinchos? What snacks do you have? There are. Yo voy a tomar una croqueta. I'll have a croquette. Yo también. Me too.
¿Qué queréis para beber? Y un mosto, por favor. Y un vino clarete.
¿Para beber? To drink? Un mosto, por favor. Grape juice, please. Yo un vino, un clarete. I'll have wine, rosé.
No trip to Barcelona is complete without seeing one of the buildings designed by Gaudi, the city's most famous architect. He left a unique legacy for the delight and occasional disgust of the public and the wealthy individuals who commissioned the buildings.
One of the principal works of Antonio Gaudí. It was started in 1895 and finished in 1933. In this facade we can see the following: the entrance hall or the lower part, and the base of the belfry and the bell.
The soaring towers of Gaudí's great unfinished cathedral are Barcelona's most famous landmark. Gaudí worked on the Sagrada Familia, or Holy Family, for more than 40 years. It was his obsession, a dream cut short one evening in 1926.
Estant a la companyia, treballant jo a la companyia, encara vaig arribar a conèixer aquell home que anava tocant i anava amb una trompeta al costat del maquinista del Tren Vies, a tocar la trompeta perquè la gent s'apartés. Perquè el Tren Vies anaven a 15 per hora i això era una velocitat. Molta gent anava confiat i queia. El cas d'en Gaudí, Gaudí va ser atropellat amb un tren Vies.
When he died, Gaudí had completed only the east facade, depicting the Nativity. The rest was left. Nearly 70 years later, a new sculptor is tackling the west facade, the Passion. Josep Maria Subirachs works on his designs in a typically Catalan way, quietly, methodically. His sober style seems at odds with Gaudí's extravagant vision.
Soy Gibson, Ian Gibson. Vale.
¿Y por qué usted decidió no hacer la fachada según las ideas de Gaudí?
Bueno, por dos razones. La primera, porque creo que no hay que imitar a otro artista, sobre todo cuando ha pasado un tiempo y el estilo de la época es diferente. Pero además porque él, que había dibujado toda la fachada, había puesto un orden de tipo simbólico, un poco, digamos, de estilo Sacré-Cœur, principios de siglo, este estilo muy simbólico, y que yo creo que sería muy confuso para el lector actual. En cambio, yo he puesto las escenas de una manera muy lógica, es decir, que es una cosa que pasa a través del tiempo y a través del espacio, es decir, lo que pasa arriba, es decir, que esto después se va a leer en forma de S, de una manera muy clara, como una película casi. Hay un gran tamaño de piedra.
I felt I was in the presence of a medieval master craftsman. It's extraordinary to be talking to a man who's building a cathedral in his backyard.
Caramba, esto es increíble. Increíble, no me lo creo. Y usted vive aquí inmerso en medio de esta obra.
A mí me gusta vivir donde trabajo. Sí. A las 7 de la mañana me echo un poco de agua en la cara y ya puedo trabajar.
Es increíble.
¿Veis aquí? Desde este punto de vista podemos ver esta figura que representa a Gaudí en homenaje al arquitecto. Y además en los soldados la cabeza,
el yelmo ese que tiene.
El yelmo es exactamente una cita de las chimeneas de la Pedrera. Es decir, como si hiciera una cita literaria, pero aquí una cita plástica.
But in Barcelona you toy with Gaudí's legacy at your peril. I can sympathize with those Catalans who want the flowing facades and playful patterns to be left alone.
Usted sabe que según una corriente de opinión sería tal vez mejor no terminar la Sagrada Familia, ni mucho menos hacer otra fachada. ¿Cuál es su opinión sobre esto?
Esto me parece que no tiene ningún sentido. Yo creo que una obra que se ha empezado hay que terminarla. Las grandes obras de siglos pasados que duraban generaciones continuaban a pesar de que los arquitectos morían. Me parece que esto es lo que pasa, que la discusión está en cómo hay que terminarla. El mismo Gaudí sabía que no podía terminar esta obra.
De modo que a usted no le importaría que otra persona terminara su fachada, ¿no?
Claro, y a su manera, no a mi manera.
The Sagrada Familia was the most ambitious and extraordinary endeavour that Gaudí ever embarked on. His devotion to the building that he would never complete became an obsession. When he was run over and killed by a tram in 1926, he'd completely neglected himself and was so shabby that it said he could not be identified for 3 days. Another Spanish artist whose obsessive nature dominated the work of his later years was Goya, who came from Zaragoza, further inland. Sister Wendy talks about a key painting.
In Spain, the atrocities of Napoleon's invasion were witnessed by the greatest romantic of the age. Goya's understanding of human suffering makes his vision the most profound of any romantic. He came from a poor family and clawed his way up through the court system to become painter to the doomed Spanish royal family.
Here is Goya, facing the chief professional challenge of a court painter, painting a very unprepossessing royal family. There's Carlos IV with his poppy eyes and his red, unintelligent face, and his queen, Maria Luisa, who really was the best mind of the lot. Her mind was practically subnormal, so proud of herself, showing herself off. And somehow he's got to be truthful and show this dull, unintelligent family as they really are, and yet he mustn't alienate them. Now he gets the truth. How does he avoid the alienation? He paints them in those gorgeous clothes. There never has been anything more seductive, more glittering, more gleaming than those gauzes, those satins, those silks, those velvets, those diamonds. They look so beautiful, almost, you might say, from the neck down. And because they were very unintelligent people, and they knew quite well what their faces were like, and probably thought they were very handsome people, they loved this painting. None of them saw that it, as it were, both showed them up for the dullards that they were, as well as showing them for a splendidly, dramatically dressed group of people. Now, because he's Goya, he's got to show us something else. And he surrounds them with pools of shadow in which they huddle together. Pathetic. A sad little group of people, very ill-equipped to deal with life.
Goya always saw deep into the human soul. Increasingly, what he saw there was dark.
"200 miles down the coast from Barcelona, but still in the Catalan-speaking area, is Valencia. Famous to most of us for its oranges, another claim to fame is a festival called the Fallas, in which huge effigies, often satirical, are burnt in an explosive night of fireworks. Ian Gibson discovered how life in Valencia revolves around this event.
The Valencianos seem to spend their entire lives building fallas, which are huge satirical constructions made of wood, plaster, and even polystyrene. There are over 300 fallas which they erect in the streets and at crossroads throughout the city, and they cost a fortune, something in the region of £11 million. £11 million seems unbelievable. To see these huge monuments, one can't but be impressed by the skill and patience that has gone into the making of them. It's sort of something futile in a way, and yet it's not futile. It's about a form of sacrifice, sacrificing beauty. I would see it as being symbolic of Spanish taste for excess. I'm hoping that they'll do that for me when I'm an old man. It's very uninhibited.
And after all the repression of the Franco regime, it's good to see the political jokes. People are most unworried about things, it seems to me. Spain has never been so relaxed. And this comes through in the Falla.
There was a skit on the Rugby Venus in which the socialist politician Alfonso Guerra appears in the guise of the lady with the beautiful bottom. Cupid was Felipe González, the Prime Minister. All these fallas are making sort of satirical comments on life in one way or another. Bernat Jordana was a contrast between the East and the West. The title was The Navel of the World, and the central theme is a conflict between different philosophies, different lifestyles, and particularly the way the Orient is being increasingly swamped under American way of life, really. The arrival of the great American hamburger in Tokyo, this sort of thing. There's tremendous rivalry. There are these different brotherhoods, they're like medieval brotherhoods, and they spend the whole year making these fallas, and around this there's social life, there's a club, everybody's participating, children, grandparents, it's a family thing. Each of the over 300 falla groups elects 2 falla queens, one young queen and one adult queen. So there are over 600 falla queens each year. They look back on that year with tremendous emotion as one of the great pinnacles of their lives.
Si ella le dijo su padre, ¿tú qué quieres ser? ¿Quieres ser fallera o casarte? Dice, yo quiero ser fallera, que casarme, ya me casaré si quiero y cuando pueda y como pueda.
Yo me marché a hacer la mili a Madrid y ese año fue mi hermana fallera mayor y era el centenario de la falla. Y yo no me dieron permiso para venir, el primer año que no estuve aquí en fallas. Y sin embargo, adelgacé 1 kilo por día.
¿De angustia?
De angustia, de pensar que no me daban permiso de estar aquí.
And that is their way of life. It's an absolutely all-consuming passion, and it gives meaning to people's lives.
Había veces que me enfadaba porque quería ir a un cine, mi marido decía, no, que tengo junta. Y yo decía, pues vaya, gracias por la falla. Habían veces que quería ir a un sitio, a una familiar, no, que tenemos trabajo en la falla. Y yo pues me enfadaba, pero luego, conforme fui madurando, pensé que entre que un marido se vaya a una falla, o se vaya a jugar, o se vaya a emborracharse, o se vaya de otras cosas, pues yo dije, pues mejor es la falla. Si me hace falta, lo llamo a la falla y viene. Si tengo un niño enfermo, le mando recado y lo tengo conmigo. Y me amoldé y dije, pues la falla es lo mejor de todos los males que hay en este mundo. Y me amoldé también a la falla.
The fallas are put up in one day, and they stay there for 4 days, and on the final night, all of them, over 300 of them, are set off at the same time. In half an hour, all this work goes up in flames. I've got mixed feelings about Spaniards. What I like about them is their terrific ability to enjoy the present moment, to really enjoy what's happening now, and to give themselves to that fully. That seems to me to be a positive quality. Of course, it's one side of the coin. I mean, if you're busily occupying yourself with the present moment, you're not thinking about what you should be doing tomorrow, are you? You're forgetting about what you should be doing tomorrow. Probably forgetting about what you should be doing today as well. But I like that. I respond to that. I think that's terrific. That zest for life, which means zest for life now, not next week. Enjoying the present moment. It's Horace, isn't it? Carpe diem. Grasp the day. Spaniards know all about that. They don't need to read Horace. It's amazing to think of so much work going into this, to be consumed by the flames within a few hours. I suppose it's a pagan festival that reminds us of our place in nature, that we're part of a whole cycle of birth and growth and death.
Coming up in a moment, Maria Jose Sevilla presents Spain on a plate. But first, the details once again of our travel action pack. It's got travel tips, a small selection of recipes and some useful Spanish phrases. And there are details of centres and colleges in your area where you can get personal advice on learning a language. The action pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque for £3 payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. And if you want to try your hand at learning a bit more at home, you can record or watch a whole range of language courses shown on BBC Learning Zone most nights on BBC Two. And now, a taste of Spain with Maria Jose Sevilla and Spain on a plate.
Barcelona, Spain, city of style and good taste, architecture, fashion, art, and of course, food. Catalonia lies south of the Pyrenees on the shores of the Mediterranean. Its food shares the colours and flavours common to all Mediterranean countries. The ripe reds of tomatoes and peppers, the greens of fresh herbs and olives. Like the Italians, Catalans are fond of pasta, and they are more than fond of seafood, which is superb here. One of my favorite recipes brings the two together. The dish is called fideuà and starts with some good quality olive oil. It's impossible to imagine beginning a Mediterranean recipe with anything else. The fideuà is cooked in a pan called a paella, the type of pan which gave its name to the well-known rice dish. I'm using prawns and langoustines, also called Dublin Bay prawns. They should not be boiled first, otherwise all the best flavors are lost before you start. If you use frozen and cooked shellfish, make sure they are well defrosted first. The shells of the prawns add to the flavor, and keeping them whole makes for a more decorative dish when it comes to serving. Seafood should never be overcooked. As soon as the prawns lose their transparency and turn from grey to a light pinkish color, they are ready for the next stage. This is always a risky moment in the recipe. The prawns look so delicious that you are tempted to eat them straight away. I always cook a couple extra just in case I give in. In the same oil, by now full of flavor from the shellfish, the monkfish is quickly sealed on both sides. The aim of this technique of cooking is to build up layers of flavors, the strong taste of the shellfish, the lighter taste of the monkfish. To these flavors of the sea, we add the flavors of the earth, a sauce made from garlic, parsley, olive oil, tomatoes and paprika. The sauce is usually prepared in advance. First, the tomatoes are fried with the paprika and a little olive oil for 5 or so minutes. Then the garlic and parsley are pounded together in a pestle and mortar before adding them to the tomato sauce. Once again, there are layers of flavor, the subtle parsley and ripe tomatoes contrasting with the blatant garlic and paprika. Add this to the monkfish, and the smell begins to give you an idea of the complexity of flavors in this wonderful dish. A light fish stock made with fish bones, scraps of white fish, and a few vegetables will harmonize the flavors and provide enough liquid to cook the pasta evenly. This is a good moment to have a taste and adjust the seasoning if necessary. For me, the very thin spaghetti, called spaghettini, makes the best fideuà. Any thicker pasta tends to throw the recipe out of balance. We Spaniards like to make it clear that pasta did not come to Spain from Italy. It was apparently brought here by the Moors. With the heat turned down low, the pasta is left to simmer and absorb the liquid. A few strands of saffron, pounded and dissolved in a little hot water, will give a final authentic touch of color and flavor. Before the last of the liquid is absorbed, the shellfish are arranged on the bed of pasta, and the fideuà is ready to be served. this is a fish dish, you might expect to serve it with a white wine. But because it has such strong flavors, I must prefer a light red wine, or even better, a young fruity rosé, strong enough to stand up to the richness of the fideuà. The rooftop studio of Juan Hernández Pijuán, one of Spain's best-loved contemporary artists. Born in Barcelona, he's a Catalan through and through. Hernández Pijuán is known to the public for his delicate monochrome paintings, but his friends also know him as an excellent cook with a particular enthusiasm for Catalan cuisine. Juan, tú que eres un artista, indudablemente hombre de mucho gusto, háblame del gusto en la cocina catalana.
Del gusto. No sé si en la pintura dicen que es algo muy subjetivo, y eso que el color y la luz es algo que en los cuadros está fijo, que no se mueve. Pero por el gusto, algo tan efímero, ¿no?, que tragas y ya está. Yo diría que la cocina catalana puede tener, yo diría que dos gustos, básicamente. Uno de ellos es la cocina tradicional, y otro puede ser la cocina más populista, donde las brasas, donde el conejo a la brasa, donde las butifarras y tal, que estando bien, yo pienso que siempre es menos cocina que cuando está basada en la tradición.
When it comes to food, Catalans are very demanding, a point proved by the quality of the produce at the market of La Boqueria in the heart of Barcelona, one of Spain's oldest and most famous markets. Salt cod, in Spanish bacalao, has been a staple food for the Catalans since the 17th century. In the past, preserving fish in salt was the only way to bring fish from the coast to the inland villages. Cod came to Spain already salted during its long voyage from the waters of the North Atlantic. Before cooking, the salt cod needs to be soaked in water to remove the salt. Depending on thickness, this can take from a few hours to 2 days with several changes of water. The process of salting and desalting transforms the fresh cod, which is rather insipid to the Catalan palate, into a gastronomic delicacy that is the basis of more than 200 recipes in this region. Hernández Pijuán's recipe tonight will be bacalao con patatas, salt cod with potatoes. Olive trees stretch across the arid landscape of the province of Lérida, northwest of Barcelona, one of Spain's major olive oil producing regions. Many factors determine the character of an olive oil: the type of olive, the soil and climate, care and harvesting, and the skill of pressing. Giant stones like these have been used to mill the olives since Roman times and are still in use in some places. Here in Borjas Blancas, granite has given way to high technology, but the oil is as good as ever. Virgin olive oil is the juice extracted from the olives by simple pressing. Low acidity is the key to quality. If the acidity level is below 1%, the oil qualifies as extra virgin, considered to be the finest for cooking and reserved for special dishes and dressing salads. The oil is stored in huge underground tanks. Like wine, different pressings are blended together. Production may be automated, but the final selection and blending relies on the taste of one man, Avelino Vea. He samples the oils every day and specifies the proportions in which they are to be combined.
¿Qué buscas en una muestra de aceite de oliva?
Su color, un verde oro, su olor, un olor frutado, un olor puro, tal como la oliva, puro que es.
A simple dish of boiled vegetables, dressed only with extra virgin olive oil, can please even the most demanding customer. It's a test not only for the freshness of the vegetables, but also the skill of the cook, who must know when each vegetable is cooked to perfection. At his restaurant in Alella, Maria Salvans achieves the highest quality in both sophisticated and humble dishes. She counts the King of Spain among her clients. The vegetables are picked every day from the plots that surround the farmhouse where she was born. Escalivada is a salad made from roast vegetables, a traditional Catalan dish that is now a favorite all over Spain. Pero yo creo que cuando están así
no sé,
tan tiernitos.
Yo creo que no.
¿No?
Las berenjenas
Mira esta.
ya. Sí. Mira bien.
Mira, mira.
Porque- Sí.
Qué bonitas estas.
Sí, porque muy grandes, entonces ya tienen mucha semilla y no nos van a servir, ¿eh? Mira, por ejemplo, estas.
Because the peppers, aubergines, and onions take longer to cook, they go into the oven first. Depending on size, they will take about 1 hour in a moderate oven. All the vegetables are wrapped with olive oil before baking. Softer ones, like the tomatoes, will need less time and can go in for just the last 15 minutes. By then, the aubergines are tender and the peppers collapsed and wrinkled. Cutting a cross in the top of the onions helps them cook evenly and looks good too. The cooked peppers are sliced in half and skinned. It's the skin that makes peppers indigestible for some people. I keep the skin on for the aubergines because it makes a nice contrast to the pela pulp. But you can remove it if you want. The strained juices from the baking tray, flavored with some fresh garlic and a little olive oil, make a very tasty dressing. A sprinkling of parsley completes the dish. Escalivada can also be served on toast with anchovies. A delicious combination. Back in Barcelona, Hernández Pijuan cooks the recipe he considers to be the best of his culinary repertoire, bacalao con patatas, or salt cod with potatoes.
The salt cod is floured and gently fried in olive oil. This recipe calls for two traditional Catalan sauces, a picada and an alioli. The partly cooked cod is set aside and kept warm. The rest of the cooking takes place in an earthenware cazuela, the dish in which the bacalao con patatas will also be served. First, pureed tomatoes are cooked in olive oil. Pine kernels, roasted almonds, sweet biscuits and parsley form the ingredients for the picada, the name given to a pounded sauce from the Spanish word picar, meaning to crush. The picada is not a sauce in the usual sense, but a mixture used to thicken and flavor many Catalan dishes. Ideally, the potatoes should be of the waxy type, so that they don't fall apart while they cook. Once the sauce is boiling, the salt cod goes in. Hot water to make up the volume of the liquid. Alioli sauce is an emulsion made from olive oil and garlic. This type of alioli is known as aligat, that is, roughly pounded together rather than emulsified. It gives a distinctive and powerful edge to the recipe. The total cooking time, about 3/4 of an hour. The result of an elaborate recipe is a dish which appears deceptively simple. A light red wine is Hernandez.
Eve is not haunted. Or is it?
One thing is for sure, though. Jeremy and his friends will not be returning for a very long while.
Are the brochures really telling you porkies?
Although the hotel does have a glorious facade, some of the rooms inside may not live up to expectations.
Are the destinations really worth visiting?
Go to sleep looking at the stars, and you can wake up with the sunrise.
Are you really looking beyond the small print?
I want to try to break beneath the icy surface and live life like a local.
The Travel Show returns Wednesday, 8:30, BBC Two.
And it's certainly one way to help beat those winter blues.
Putting the finishing touches to the 18th Winter Olympics to create a winter spectacular. Pull on your snow boots at 2:10. Before that, on BBC Two, dig out your passport for the Travel Hour.
Hello, ciao, and welcome to the Travel Hour in Italy, with some of the best from the BBC's archives on travel, history and culture, food and wine, and lots more. Today we start in Venice and then head north to the Dolomites on the Austrian border. Later on in the programme we'll be sampling some of the region's cooking and picking up a few recipes with Valentina Harris in Italian regional cookery. Before that, we explore some of the many attractions of the area, and you can learn a little of the language too. We'll also be giving you details of our travel action pack, which is full of useful information. Coming up in today's Travel Hour, Venice, the most breathtaking of all Italian cities. Sister Wendy looks at some of the sinking city's most priceless paintings. A young Italian glass designer at the start of his career, and north to the Dolomite Mountains for skiing the Italian way. Venice was founded in the 5th century, built up on mudflats. It grew into a very prosperous commercial centre in the Middle Ages, but today its main income is from tourism. Each year, 20 million visitors tramp the narrow streets and hop onto gondolas. Carol Smiley decided to use a nearby holiday resort as her base and take the ferry across to Venice when she felt like joining the hordes.
Nine miles of beaches, hotels and excellent amusements. Lido di Jesolo is a family resort with the stunning city of Venice on its doorstep.
Italians not only look organised, but they even sunbathe the same way. All the deck chairs and umbrellas are colour-coded to each hotel, and there's no chance of you missing out on your space on the beach because it's already reserved for you within the price of your holiday. Simple.
Leaving as early as you can to avoid the crowds takes a ferry to Venice. And after the beaches and fun parks of Jesolo, prepare yourself for a culture shock. In Venice, nothing will strike you as mundane. There are very few great cities in the world which are so free of modern buildings, and none where there are no cars in the streets. However, every tourist comes to St Mark's Square, so it does get incredibly crowded.
This is the Loggia at the base of St Mark's Bell Tower. Hard to believe, but in 1902, after standing for 1,000 years, the whole tower was reduced to nothing more than a pile of rubble. And amazingly, the only casualty was the custodian's cat. Today, for under £2, you can take a lift straight to the top.
Geographically, Venice is unique. Built on more than 100 islands and linked by 400 bridges, the buildings are supported by billions of stakes driven into the mud. On the north side of the city is the only bridge to mainland Italy. The Piazza San Marco is the focus of Venetian life.
Now, a lot of the bars and cafes around here provide live entertainment, so if you do have time to sit down for a coffee, don't be surprised if that's included in your bill. Having said that, it is a small price to pay for such a magnificent setting.
Surrounding the piazza are some of the greatest buildings of Europe, including the Gothic-style Palazzo Ducale or Doge's Palace, the seat of Venetian power for 800 years. On a canvas covering one entire wall, Tintoretto painted his masterpiece, Paradise, a staggering feat for a man of 70. Below are the dungeons where you can peep through the grills on the Bridge of Sighs, named after the sighs of prisoners as they were led over the bridge to execution.
Venice is a very well-preserved masterpiece. The best way I can think of to describe it would be like eating a whole box of your favourite chocolates and then still wanting more. It is crowded, it is expensive, and if you are bringing a family, my advice would be to base yourself in Lido di Jesolo with all its beach attractions, and then take excursions back here to Venice to sample a magnificent city that has been virtually unchanged for centuries.
If you'd like to find out more about Italy, you can order our action pack. It's got general travel information on Italy and also covers Spain and France. There's a small selection of recipes and details on courses and centres that you can contact in your area if you want to learn a language. The action pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 11 8890. That's 0990 11 8890. Or send a cheque payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. Venice is almost an art treasure in itself. It's full of wonderful antiques, paintings and stunning architecture. So it's not surprising that Sister Wendy chose it for her grand tour. She makes a beeline for two of Venice's most priceless paintings.
Everybody knows the splendours of Venice, but it's extraordinary to realise how so much human glory could be built upon mud and yet still survive for over 1,000 years. The Venetians have a proud history, and the gondolas are a reminder of the city's long love affair with the sea. Think of living here and going to work every day, inspired by some of the most exotic architecture in the world. The splendor of Venice is only rivaled by the wealth of its treasures. Doges and merchants were collectors on a prolific scale, and they decorated their buildings with works by the city's own artists, Titian, Tintoretto and Veronese, and that's to name but a few. But I want to begin with a little-known artist called Carpaccio. His painting of St. George and the Dragon has been here for over 500 years. St. George is one of those figures who's existed from prehistoric times. Our earliest legends speak about the hero who destroys the dragon of winter, and the hero who destroys the dragon of death. And in some form, there's always been a St. George. We've always needed this knight in armour who comes out to defeat the evil. And he's riding out with enormous strength on a great black horse to defeat the dragon. Now, Carpaccio's given us a wonderful dragon with his great kind of pie frill of energetic skin and his ferocious teeth. And we can see this dragon's been at work for some time, because look at all the bodies strewn around. And notice they're not just young females. St. George may be the hero who rescues the princess, but he's rescuing everybody, really. There are males and there are animal corpses there, too. And what St. George is showing us with such power is the long, straight lance going right through. Look how it's gone in the mouth and come out the other side. And perhaps we ought to just look at the people right in the distance, standing there so safely on their balustrades and outside their fortress, uninterested, looking on, when St. George alone battles with the dragon. Now, what the dragon is can be read in many ways. I think myself it's the dragon of our human pride, our own cruelty, the dragon within. And unless we battle with the dragon, unless we have a will and a determination as sharp and as seriously wielded as St. George's, the dragon won't be slain. Our dragon, our responsibility. Venice is a timeless city. It has a strange atmospheric light that has attracted artists for centuries. Their greatest works are preserved at the Accademia. Here one can enter the world of the Renaissance, when the city was at the peak of its glory. But this gallery can boast a jewel so precious that it rivals the Mona Lisa itself. Giorgione's Tempest is a haunting mystery, and it's so delicate that we can't get too close. Giorgione died in his early 30s, yet he brought something completely new into art, a kind of wild, sweet, grave poetry, a sort of visual music that's never been equaled. And I think part of the magic has always been that nobody knows why they're enthralled by it. What is the subject? There have been endless explanations. A very early one was that here we have a landscape with a soldier and a gypsy. Now that doesn't explain the fascination of the picture. So then other scholars have said, aha, it's Mars and Venus. And others said, no, it's Adam and Eve. And others said, gracious, that's ridiculous. It's the active life, the man with his stick, and the contemplative life, which is perhaps true, because if she tried to move, all her clothes would fall out, so she's certainly not an active woman. And others, looking at that strange gulf that separates the two, have said perhaps it's male and female, forever yearning towards one another, but forever apart. But for what it's worth, I've got my own explanation, and it's this. I think the center of the picture is the lightning flash. That we've got a darkened world, we see nothing, and suddenly lightning flashes, and we do see. And what do we see? We see two isolated incidents of which we can make no sense whatever, and then the darkness closes down again. So the painting is really all about that sense of seeing and not seeing, never understanding what you see, that we all know so painfully well, that gives this picture its wonderful poetry. Giorgione died tragically young, but his contemporary Titian lived to a great age. Very few artists get better and better as they get older, but Titian was one of them. This is probably his last painting. When Titian painted this, the plague was raging in Venice, so the fear of death was very prevalent, and it was very much part of Titian's own life. He was old, and he was afraid. And he's chosen for this very last picture, his sort of testimony to the world, the image of Christ dead being taken to the tomb. And next to him, so silent, so contained, is his mother. And then the two other figures. One is Mary Magdalene, wild with grief. He's painted her with the most enormous passion. She's angry about death. She's expressing something that Titian himself must have felt. That death is something we're not meant for. It's hateful. And on the other side, the old man. What we have here, clearly, is a self-portrait. Here is the old Titian, yearning with such intensity towards his God. He was a materialistic artist, Titian, made a lot of money and lived very well. We know nothing much about his inner life, but here at the end, he's telling us what matters to him. And you'll notice also how touchingly he shows himself not just on his knees, but almost on hands and knees like a child, begging that his family and himself would be spared from the plague. And then to make it more explicit, he's painted a tiny little square there at the bottom. And there are himself and his son Horatio, both pleading with a heavenly figure to be spared from the plague. And by the time this picture hung in the chapel, both of them had died from the plague. So it's a wonderful affirmation of faith and hope that doesn't seem to be answered, but is answered in the very beauty of what he's portrayed.
Perhaps it's because of their rich artistic heritage that Italians seem to have a great visual sense which permeates every aspect of their life. They like things to look good, and design plays a major part in all Italian products. We follow the fortunes of a young glass designer just starting out in one of Venice's most exclusive glass-making companies.
Glass has been blown on the Venetian island of Murano for over 1,000 years. The glassmakers were moved there by the doges in medieval times because of the fear of fire from the furnaces.
Come sei bella, più bella stasera, Mariù. Splende un sorriso di stella negli occhi tuoi blu. Anche se avverso il destino, domani sarà.
A master craftsman glassblower like Archimede Seguso carries his designs in his head. At 83, he still comes to work at 6 in the morning to invent and then create his own designs. This head of a young girl will sell for many hundreds of pounds. But new companies want modern, fashionable designs. This is where Emmanuel hopes to find an opportunity.
Con questo bagaglio di idee si vanno a bussare alle porte e proporle, vendere, cercare di vendere il suo proprio lavoro.
Parlami d'amore, Mariù.
Emmanuel has come to Venice to knock on the doors of some of the most famous names in the glass business.
Gli occhi tuoi belli brillano, fiamme di sogno scintillano. Dimmi che illusione non è, dimmi che sei tutta per me. Qui sul tuo cuore non soffra più. Parlami d'amore.
Venini is a design-led glass company. Its exclusive glassware has been sold in Venice for over 70 years. This is a fiercely competitive industry, with many quality glassmakers on Murano. So how do Venini stay ahead of the competition? The product development manager is Roberto Gasparotto.
La moda è difficilmente condizionata in quanto l'azienda vuole essere sempre anticipatrice di tendenze, e così è sempre stato da 70 anni. L'importanza del design nei nostri prodotti è decisamente da prendere in considerazione, in quanto questa è una caratteristica dell'azienda. Nell'azienda sono sempre stati chiamati personaggi di primissimo piano nel campo del design.
rapporto con la società Venini è nato quindi ormai un anno e mezzo fa, un anno fa. Direi abbastanza casualmente, essendo andato a trovare la director della Venini, l'architetto Gasparotto, a chi ho fatto vedere, sottomesso qualche miei progetti e da lì devo dire che c'è subito stato una partenza decisa su un primo progetto che era una lampada, la prima Clarisse. Questo giusto per chiudere il discorso di prima, però ormai tanto... No, ormai è già fatto. Non già fatto ormai, quindi sembra... Però è un po' stupido.
Emmanuel goes back to Venini to look at the prototypes produced from his drawings and models.
Il foro che viene non tagliato così, ma viene forato praticamente verso l'interno. E così da lì dava più una specie da goccia di vetro con questo foro centrale.
6 months later, Emmanuel's designs are in production at the Venini Glassworks.
Io mi vesto normalmente come chi ha poca fantasia, come chi mette qualcosa e poi non deve andare via. Mi avvicino alle persiane, sento il mondo che fa rumore e gli orologi di una casa non si fermano mai. E mi fido facilmente delle via, che riesco ad essere assente, a non cercarmi compagnia, e di notte sento bene.
And straight away they're on sale in the Venini shop in Piazza San Marco in Venice. Design to production has taken a year, but the product justifies this relatively long time by its high quality and exclusive design.
If you travel to Italy on business or as a tourist, there's no doubt you'll be better off if you can speak a few words of Italian. Saying hello is a good start.
Ciao. Ciao. Buongiorno. Buongiorno. Ciao.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. Ciao.
Buongiorno.
Ciao, io sono Marilina.
Ciao, io sono Giovanna. Ciao, io sono Stefania. Ciao, io sono Elisabetta. Io sono Francesca.
Io sono Walter Tagliaferri.
In Italian, you can end as you began. Ciao and buongiorno are also ways of saying goodbye, but listen for the different intonation. Ciao, buongiorno. Or you can always say arrivederci.
Arrivederci, signora. Arrivederci. Arrivederci.
Arrivederci. Bye bye. Arrivederci.
Now, if you want more useful Italian, you'll find some helpful words and phrases in our action pack, and we'll be giving you the details again later in the programme. Now, in 1976, Venzoni, a small town in the region of Trentino, north of Venice, was devastated by an earthquake. The Italians decided to restore the town to its former glory and unearthed some beautiful works of art, as Kirsty Walk discovers.
On the banks of the river Tagliamento at the foot of the Dolomite Mountains sits the ancient town of Venzoni. The cathedral and town walls date from the 13th century. Some of the houses go back 400 years. But Venzoni has had a checkered history. Close to the Italian border, the town has been conquered by Habsburg emperors and overrun by Napoleonic and Nazi troops. But until this century, it was an important trading post. And even today, there are echoes of an earlier grandeur.
I love the texture and the atmosphere of these ancient towns in northern Italy. And even though each one's got its own individual characteristics, in all of them it seems as if life is unchanged over the centuries. But I've never been this far into northeast Italy. It's a bit off the beaten track. And it's wonderful to discover such a beautiful and unspoiled town as Venzoni.
So it's surprising the town doesn't feature in any of the guidebooks. As far as tourists are concerned, Venzoni isn't even on the map. If you look hard enough, you can find clues to what's been going on. There are stones with numbers on as if they were part of some giant construction kit. This part of the town's medieval walls bears the surprising date 1985. The reason is that 20 years ago, Venzoni ceased to exist. In May and September 1976, two powerful earthquakes obliterated most of the town, claiming 100 lives across the region and making over 100,000 people homeless.
In one respect, at least, Venzoni was lucky. Such was its beauty and antiquity, it had been designated a national monument before the earthquake struck. So afterwards, the Italian government raised a tax throughout the country to pay for the rebuilding of the region. The question is the new town a triumph or a fake?
Reconstruction on such a massive scale is a very un-British approach to restoration, especially if it has to be funded by the taxpayers. But in the aftermath of this disaster, the quick-thinking Italians saved the best bits of the rubble, and with government support, Venzoni has indeed risen again.
Behind me is one of the first successes of the reconstruction project. The Palazzo Comunale, the town hall, had to be rebuilt once before this century when we bombed it in the Second World War. But not only did the new buildings have to look right, they had to withstand any future earthquakes. Look at the engineering in these steel beams underneath each of the arches. It looks fine, but does it feel old? That's something you can't manufacture. And what does it feel like to people who lived here in this town before the earthquakes?
After the town hall, rebuilding people's houses was the most important task. Anna Zanuti in Sormani is 87 and has lived in one of Venzoni's oldest houses all her life. Old photographs show it once had fine painted walls and ceilings, now no longer. But her house is rebuilt and with just the same layout of rooms. What does she think of her new house and the town?
Per me è la stessa cosa, io mi ritrovo nel mio paese. Solo che rammarico che certe cose non ci sono più. Per esempio, tradizioni antiche che hanno tralasciato. Ecco, queste cose mi dispiacciono tanto. Mi mancano.
And the reconstruction isn't just the work of professional builders.
6 little chapels scattered over the hills around Venzoni were rebuilt after the earthquakes entirely by volunteers. Santa Caterina is one of them.
Even though it's outside the town walls, this simple 15th century church was once lavishly decorated, although no one knew quite how lavishly.
It was only after the earthquakes that these frescoes came to light. They've been hidden under plaster for more than 300 years.
This delicate fresco of St. Catherine with the Virgin Mary and Jesus has also been pieced back together and replaced on the wall in the Saint's Own church. The success of the country chapels convinced the planners they should go ahead with the grandest reconstruction of all, the recreation of the 14th century Cathedral Church of San Andrea. It's not quite finished yet. Work in San Andrea had to wait until all the houses of Venzoni were finished in 1988. Then more than 8,000 stones were laid out in the churchyard before being pieced together like an enormous jigsaw by the architect Francesco Doglioni.
Ci siamo resi conto che il Duomo non era distrutto, era solo diviso in parti. È una chiesa vera perché ha la sua storia, i muri antichi sono rimasti al loro posto, le pietre cadute sono tornate al loro posto, i segni del terremoto sono rimasti visibili, non è tutto nascosto. E quindi noi crediamo che sia una chiesa vera, non Disneyland.
Many of the cathedral's works of art are still being restored, but the fine fresco depicting the cathedral's consecration in 1338 is reassembled and back in place. But the Madonna's face is brand new, the only part of the painted sandstone Pieta never found. The rest has been rescued from the rubble.
What's so moving about the cathedral is that in the reconstruction there's been no attempt to hide the fact of the earthquake. You can see the new bits, you can see the old bits, but it still feels like a historic building. For centuries, Venzoni withstood invasions, battles and bombing during the last World War, only to be beaten by nature. That Venzoni fought back as a tribute to the townspeople, the skill of the craftsmen and the vision of the Italian government. Venzoni isn't some kind of synthetic shell, it's a living, breathing town and a joy to visit.
High above Venzone lie the Dolomite Mountains, loved by British executives and rich Italians alike. But Muriel Gray discovers that while the Brits might enjoy hitting those ski slopes, the Italians adopt a much more leisurely approach to the pleasure of skiing.
Many, many years ago, a highly stressed and overworked British car executive found himself in the Dolomites, looking down at a glittering jewel of a town, packed with all the most chic, beautiful and cosmopolitan people in Europe, and he said to himself, it is the very essence of that town that sums up the spirit of our new four-door family saloon. And so it was born, the Ford Cortina.
Not in the Sierras and nowhere near Capri, Cortina was where the likes of Liz Taylor would tow her caravan back in the 60s when she still had her licence. In the winter, gorgeous Italian skiers come from Milan, Rome and Venice, and very occasionally they remember to bring their skis. But when they do, they'll have to be quick to see them using them.
We have to consider nobody will be on a ski run before 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. Then they will ski for a couple of hours, maximum, and at 1 o'clock they are at a lunch. But really a big lunch, the Italian lunch, a couple of hours lunch, not just a sandwich.
So they only ski, what, 2 hours out of the day? It's not very much.
More than enough. You know, other people will ski starting 8 o'clock in the morning and until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's something for Italians working. It's not holiday.
For those that can be bothered to make a couple of turns, typical Dolomite skiing is short, wide, easy runs against fabulous mountains. But then again, why bother?
Now, the runs in the Dolomites might not be able to compete with some of their alpine rivals in terms of length or variety, but then this suits the Italians fine. Hardly any work to do and a fantastic backdrop for a very expensive ski suit.
CNAs don't do too well in Cortina, although some people look like extras from a groovy 70s ski film starring Elliot Gould and Walter Matthau. You look very glamorous for a skier. Have you been skiing?
Yeah.
Really?
From 9 to 11:30, no more.
I mean, what happens if you fall over and you've all this lovely jewellery
I
on?
buy others.
Well, with all this money around, thieves would have a fiesta in Cortina, so most people have escorts.
Are you interested in cars, Lorenzo?
Yes, yes.
Have you ever heard of the Ford Cortina?
What do you mean? The
very, very famous Ford Cortina.
Ford Cortina. The car.
Well, what happens after lunch then? You've had this 3-hour lunch. Where do you go next?
Home and then for shopping.
Oh, what a punishing schedule it's been today. Had a bit of a sleep, bit of a ski, bit of lunch, and now it's time to do a bit of shopping. Because this is what's known in Cortina as the passeggiata. When everybody comes out in force to do some shopping and show off something, which I think some of you are going to find rather offensive, because there are no furry dice in this Cortina, but there are a lot of diced furries.
After falling in love with Cortina, this is like finding out your favourite uncle is a serial killer, because in Italy, women still think real fur is fashionable.
All the women have fur coats on. Is this important in Cortina?
Ultra, importantissimo.
And don't women in Italy think that this is a bit cruel?
Sì, certo, certo, dispiace per gli animali, però poi la vanità prevale e anche il desiderio di proteggersi dal freddo.
Is there no anti-fur feeling in Italy? Why do people in Italy not think it's cruel to kill animals? Because in Britain it's very, very unfashionable.
Oh, yes, right, but the movement depends on the idea of the persons, because really every day you eat a lot of animals and it's the same.
No, kids, she's right. All the restaurants in Cortina have mink, sable and arctic fox in the menu. What seems chic and delightfully old-fashioned about Cortina turns around and bites you on the ankle at night. It's the distasteful side of a beautiful old ski resort that still gives you a flavour of what skiing used to be like.
Next, food with Valentina Harris in Italian regional cookery. But before we tease the taste buds, here's a reminder about our action pack. It's got travel tips, a small selection of recipes and some useful Italian phrases. And there are details of centres and colleges in your area where you can get personal advice on learning a language. The action pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 11 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque for £3 payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. And if you want to try your hand at learning a bit more at home, you can record or watch a whole range of language courses shown on BBC Learning Zone most nights on BBC Two. And now, Valentina Harris and some Italian regional cookery.
What? Venice without tourists? Well, this charming town isn't Venice. It's Chioggia, about 50 kilometres down the coast from Venice, where the Orient Express doesn't stop. And tourism's not the major industry here. Chioggia's the Grimsby of northeast Italy. The Doughty Ondalisa is owned by Renato Renier. He's just come back from one of those mammoth fishing trips out in the Adriatic, but I've joined him for the easy bit, sorting the fish. Like Venice, Chioggia's awash with internal waterways. Fishermen can practically park their boats outside their front doors.
Purtroppo sono tanti. Potrei andare in pensione perché è 22-23 anni che faccio questo. E purtroppo dobbiamo esserci presto alle 4, alle 4.
Quando ritorna?
E torniamo alle 7 di sera, facciamo il lavoro di giornata e a sua volta purtroppo dobbiamo fare tante ore per tirare fuori la giornata.
L'inquinamento ha cambiato molto
no, purtroppo veramente con l'inquinamento siamo giù, perché c'è un forte inquinamento, purtroppo dobbiamo, sperando che queste personalità al governo che possano trovare soluzione di dover...
Ma prima quando il mare era meno inquinato si pescava?
Logico, sì. Questo si tirava su con una tirata di rete, si poteva benissimo tirare su una tirata sola di rete, mentre adesso bisogna lavorare una giornata per guadagnare tutto questo. E purtroppo
una giornata intera per questo?
Sì, purtroppo è una giornata intera.
Poi ci sono i colpi anche,
sì,
What a dream this would have been, to have lived as my ancestors did in a place like this during the Venetian Renaissance, eating the most sumptuous and highly flavoured food in Italy. Travellers were returning with exotic ingredients from around the world, which were used in the most baroque of dishes. For example, dried salt cod from Norway was transformed into the sophisticated baccalà alla veneziana. Poultry and game were, and still are, eaten in vast quantities, often served with tropical fruit, like pheasant with pomegranate. And, barbaric as it may seem, the smallest of songbirds are popular even now, served on a bed of polenta. It's a trifle rich for my taste. The network of canals and rivers make the Veneto one of the most fertile and most mosquito-ridden regions of Italy. I think the mosquitoes must turn people a little strange. Meet Lino Rossi. He seems a normal farmer, but he's driven by an obsession. Radicchio isn't the most common salad vegetable. This winter variety, Radicchio di Treviso, is particularly rare. And it's a lot of work too. The vegetable has to be stored in the dark with its stem immersed in cold running water.
Questo qui, uno quando pensa a radicchio pensa anche a questo.
Questo è un radicchio ma è richiolto, non è quello di Treviso, no? Viene raccolto e portato al mercato.
Quindi costa meno perché
ha meno ore lavorative, ma anche come pregio di qualità. Perché questo è un tipo, è una cicoria così, no? Un'insalata, invece questo è un radicchio veramente...
He could have gone on for days talking about radicchio, but I quickly asked about the other vegetables he grew.
Anche gli asparagi?
Sì, asparago bianco noi facciamo. Sì, non è per fare concorrenza agli asparagi di Bassano.
Lino and his family also run a roadside eatery, so he needs to provide more than just a few vegetables.
Anche questi specialmente proprio questi, perché questi sono proprio una parte tipica nostra per fare i salumi, fare il cottettino, si dice il musetto in gergo trevigiano, ma è il cottettino, no?
Ma sono dei maiali così felici, puliti.
Si deve rispettare l'ambiente, si deve rispettare l'animale, perché l'animale se si rispetta dà anche il suo contributo in carne e tutto, no?
But his real love is still radicchio, and he doesn't let anyone off vegetable duty. As the farm and trattoria are part of Italy's agriturismo network, all his produce appears on the menu. Lino's long-suffering wife, Silvia, is ordered to come up with ever new and exciting radicchio dishes. This one's radicchio di Treviso alla birra, deep-fried radicchio. Beer is added to the batter to make it lighter. I think Silvia's under strict instructions to show me the versatility of radicchio di Treviso. Although I do like radicchio, I'm afraid that an entire meal of the stuff might get the better of me. I'll try to put a brave face on it.
Sì, ha un sapore straordinario, veramente. Bisogna bere,
Qui abbiamo una grappa radicchio. Esatto, una voce di grappa radicchio.
Grappa a radicchio.
Radicchio.
Anche le scomelle a radicchio.
Qui c'è tutto radicchio.
Qui è proprio tutto radicchio, io sono in un paradiso del radicchio praticamente.
Esatto, lei vive nel radicchio. Cin cin.
Cin cin.
Viva radicchio indeed.
Buonissimo, veramente
favoloso.
Buonissimo, favoloso.
Sorella che pascoli il tuo gregge, vuoi tu venir come stasera fa l'amore? Accostandosi le tocco i capelli, sembran di seta e sono biondi come il sole.
Guten Tag. Ich bin here in these, I really don't know the German word for a pretty valley. This is Alto Adige, known to many as Südtirol, and it was the last region to become part of Italy. In fact, it still belonged to Austria at the end of World War I. The Austro-German influence is certainly still very strong here. Everybody, except me, speaks fluent German, and the food... Well, the food is not really reminiscent of the Mediterranean sun, but it is hearty and filling.
Scott?
Sì, tu parli italiano?
Sì, parlo anche l'italiano.
E quale lingua preferisci parlare però?
Ma parlo tutte e due.
E c'è anche un dialetto locale.
Sì, anche
però.
dialetto parliamo.
Beh, allora mi perderesti completamente, sono felice che parli italiano. Senti, è tutto il giorno che cammino, ho una fame tremenda. Cosa fate di buono oggi?
Ma abbiamo i canederli.
Che buoni.
Sono già pronti,
Fatti in
fatti
casa?
sì.
Che buoni. Va bene, ok.
Sì.
E intanto che aspetto? Perché ci
Ma-
vuole un po' di tempo, no?
Sì, ci vuole un po' di speck forse.
Sì, buono
Sì.
lo speck, grazie.
E da bere?
Una birra. Speck falls in that category somewhere in between bacon and prosciutto. It's the haunch of a pig which is smoked over a wood fire. Here they've cut it up into chunks like this, but sometimes you can have it served in very thin slices, and you can have it with figs or with melon, just like ordinary prosciutto. It goes very well with beer.
Canederli are a kind of dense dumpling popular all over Alto Adige and neighbouring Trentino. In fact, canederli is the Italian word. Around here they're usually called knödel. Canederli are made from stale breadcrumbs, fried onion, flour, milk, parsley, beaten egg and more of that speck. Smoked bacon is a perfectly good substitute for speck. The mixture is left to rest for half an hour and then formed into balls. You'll notice these are about the size of tennis balls, not dainty, delicate dumplings. But they're just what we hearty alpine hikers need. In fact, the cuisine here is pretty big on carbohydrate.
Every region of Italy has lots and lots of different varieties of bread. But it's only when you come this far north that you suddenly discover the use of rye flour and lots of whole wheat flour, sometimes kneaded with seeds, caraway or fennel. In any case, the bread up here has got a very, very strong flavour. And at this restaurant, they even make their own crisp bread.
These canederli are poached in boiling salted water for about 10 to 15 minutes. You can serve them as a side dish or in a clear soup.
Eccoli i canederli, vatteli in ferro, lasciare raffreddare. E poi
buono.
porto ancora la wurst,
Buono.
un piatto di wurst.
Sì.
Ho fatto anche lo strudel oggi, va bene? Portami quello.
Oh, non
Buon
hai che così
appetito.
tanta fame. Grazie.
Suddenly, I don't feel as hungry as I thought. All that beer and speck, perhaps? But Rosanna's gone to such trouble, and I've still got the wurst and strudel to follow.
The top right-hand corner of Italy is where East meets West in terms of gastronomic culture. They've got Austria lying just to the north, and Yugoslavia is practically on the doorstep. When I was in Trieste last time, I discovered all these lovely little backstreet restaurants, all sort of wooden panelled and smoky and smelling of beer, where they served me food that could not have tasted more Middle European, yet it had long, complicated German names that I couldn't pronounce, and the restaurants themselves were called buffets. Anyway, these potatoes are for making la jota, which is a traditional winter Yugoslavian soup, nice and sturdy.
And, as an added bonus, the ingredients are all inexpensive. You start by frying onion, bacon and herbs in butter. Then add borlotti beans, which have been soaked overnight, as has the pearl barley. The liquid is chicken stock. The flavourings are good and strong. Sage, parsley, garlic and a bit of pork fat.
Now I'm ready to add the potatoes. They act as the thickening agent and give the soup lots of body. They have to cook until they're almost completely disintegrated. So I'll put the lid on and leave it to simmer for about 2 hours. Well, the potatoes have completely disintegrated, so So now it's time for the traditional Middle European touch. Sauerkraut, pickled cabbage. This just gets stirred through like this, and as soon as it's all bubbling hot again, it's ready to serve. La Iota, a taste of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The city of Trento is a pretty serious, sober-sided place. In the 16th century, it was the home of the Council of Trent, the Catholic response to the Protestant Reformation. I suppose it's fitting that the city which laid down all those strict rules about celibacy and saints should be equally rigorous about food. This is the mushroom policeman of Trento. At 7:30 each morning, this officer inspects every single mushroom that enters the market. He's been trained to track down and destroy any suspect mushrooms or toadstools which find their way into the traders' baskets. This is a highly stressful and onerous job, and a lot is at stake. These are the thoroughbreds of the mushroom world. At the height of the mushroom season, up to 250 varieties are available, all of which have to be certified for sale. Also, any private citizen can bring their mushrooms to be inspected.
Io penso che sia buoni, però siccome è una saponaccia.
Questa qua è la fogliota caperata.
Che non si raccoglie.
Sarebbe vietata sì. Perché è solamente il divieto di raccolta perché è molto contenuto di elevato di cesio.
E questi posso farli soli?
Non ci sono buoni sott'aceto. Un po' di rini. Sott'aceto buoni. Non sono buoni anche.
No, siccome il regalo non fa venire mal di pancia.
No, sono ottimi questi.
Questo qui?
Questa è la salviotta Ferrara.
È mangiabile?
Sì.
Ah, è un coso mi pare, un champignon, no?
Champignon, tipo della famiglia dei champignon.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Io ho trovato questi e mi hanno detto che devo portarli da lei.
Un attimo. Le scritture qua. Vediamo cosa ha raccolto. Un po' di chiodini. Questi qua sono i chiodini. Sì, perché sono sui ceppi delle piante, sì. Insomma, Di solito vengono aggregati, molto uniti, una famiglia più grossa anche. È un piccolo boleto come questo, il boleto il cavipes, pori e il cambo cavo. Questo è il gonfidius viscido, è ordinario comunque molto buono per questo.
I don't think I'm going to poison anyone today.
Questo è un piccolo boleto.
Sì. Autumn is a good time to come to the Trentino because the region specializes in autumn food. Mushrooms, chestnuts, and terrific apples and pears. In the apple-laden countryside is the idyllic village of Vattaro. A feeling of peace pervades the air, lovely smells waft from the houses, and beautiful Trentino women wield their polenta paddles. Vitti, tu mi insegni a fare la polenta come si fa qui in Trentino? Certo. Allora, qui abbiamo un bellissimo paiolo di rame, tu stai mettendo dentro il sale? Certo, ce ne vuole un po'. E il sale va dentro quando l'acqua bolle così? Sì. Non prima.
Come vuoi.
È uguale?
Penso di sì, io lo faccio.
Oh, guarda! Com'è diversa questa polenta da quella che conosco io. Molto più fitta. Cioè, c'è i grumi più grandi?
Beh, ci sono diverse qualità, c'è la sottile, c'è la media e c'è la grossa. Io per uso personale prendo quella media.
Questa è media,
questa è media.
Quella che tu usi
Io uso quella media.
Ok, allora questa
adesso la mettiamo a pioggia e tu devi mescolare
Io
con la
mesco
frusta.
con la frusta.
Certo.
Polenta is a staple right across northern Italy, with slight variations from region to region. Vitti Gabrielli uses a coarse yellow cornmeal. The white polenta from the Veneto is never eaten here. As for cooking technique, if you don't keep mixing as the cornmeal is added, lumps will form which are impossible to get rid of.
Allora, l'olio d'oliva.
Io metto extravergine.
Those mushrooms I collected have been washed and sliced by Vitti to be stewed and served with the polenta. Parsley, garlic and seasonings are the classic ingredients of this kind of cooking method called trifolare. This is the easy dish. It's the polenta that really needs the work.
Sono sicura che qui sotto sta succedendo qualcosa.
Adesso è pronta per essere mescolata.
Cambiato completamente.
Ti do l'attrezzo giusto.
Questo come si chiama?
Te lo dico in trentino. Si chiama canarola.
Canarola. E io con questo affare che devo fare?
Adesso te lo faccio vedere io, così poi... Ecco, deve essere molto leggera. Cioè, non è che si deve mescolare così la polenta.
You can see who got the good job here. 45 minutes of this and I'm not even allowed to change direction.
All this food is to be shared among a few jolly friends, all very enthusiastic about their native Trentino region.
Adesso direi che
prima
io intanto, care ragazze, cominciamo ad aprire il vino.
Sì, è
vino
è normale.
Questo cos'è?
Non beviamo ovviamente in grano.
Dai nostri caseifici, il prodotto tipico di questa terra. Questo fa bene, questo fa risuscitare i morti, questo è formidabile, questo è il migliore dei formaggi in assoluto del mondo. I francesi vengono, lo prendono con il pullman, vengono a colpire apposta le forme di questi francesi. È un formaggio stupendo.
Non fa bene
Le nostre famosissime mucche trentine.
Ah, le famosissime mucche trentine.
Sì, sono
che poi sono completamente diverse da tutte le mucche.
Sono uguali.
Io l'unica che non è del Trentino, non trentina, io sono toscana. Non so cosa dire.
Hanno la lingua molto lunga,
No, è che
sposiamo idealmente la terra del Chianti con la terra del Mar del Sicilia.
No, ma non ho parole, perché io in ogni regione dove sono stata.
Just slightly biased, perhaps?
Cioè, ho scoperto tante cucine diverse.
Sì, è vero.
È una cosa incredibile.
Niente parole, solo il brindisi.
Prima di cominciare
alla cucina
E alla Valentina anche alla nostra grande cuoca, alla nostra grande cuoca.
That's all from the Travel Hour for today. If you want to find out more, the Travel Action Pack has general information on travel, holidays and a small selection of recipes.
When he hears the fire bell chime, Fireman Sam is there on time. Someone might be in a jam, so hurry, hurry, Fireman Sam. Always on the scene, Fireman Sam, and his engine's bright and clean. Fireman Sam, you cannot ignore. Sam is the hero next door.
There are more stories from Fireman Sam on this audio cassette, available from the BBC Young collection.
In the skies, mysterious misty mountains. In the forests, the world's rarest creatures.
Borneo's great ape, the orangutan. They are undisputed kings of the canopy.
In the surf, the rainforests of the sea. The Animal Zone takes you to the island in the clouds. Sunday, 5:20 on BBC Two.
BBC Two has all the action from the second round of the World Indoor Bowls Championships after the Travel Hour.
ciao, and welcome to the Travel Hour in Italy with some of the best from the BBC's archives on travel, history and culture, food and wine, and lots more. Today we're going to the fashion houses of Milan, to the vineyards of Piemonte, and to the lakes and mountains of Lombardy. Later on in the programme, we're going to be sampling some of the region's cooking and picking up a few recipes with Valentina Harris in Italian regional cookery. Before that, we explore some of the many attractions of the area, and you can learn a bit of the language. We'll also be giving you details of our travel action pack, which is full of useful information. Coming up on today's Travel Hour, the Lombardy Lakes and the hometown of Romeo and Juliet. How to improve your skiing in the Italian Alps with pasta and Chianti thrown in. One of Italy's most famous and revolutionary wine growers in Piemonte, and a truffle hunt in the Italian foothills. The Lombardy region in northern Italy is wealthy, stylish and dynamic. The area gets its name from the Lombards, who kicked the Romans out and settled there themselves. Later, the French were temporary rulers. One of the reasons cooks in Lombardy prefer butter to olive oil, as we'll find out later in the programme with Valentina Harris. Milan, the north's major city, is regarded by many, especially the Milanese, as the unofficial capital of Italy. It certainly is the capital of fashion, as Carol Smiley found out. Step off the train, walking down your street again, past your door.
It may not be the prettiest city in Italy, but in energy and style, many Italians feel Milan should be the capital. From Leonardo da Vinci to Dolce & Gabbana, the city has been setting creative tastes and standards, not only for the rest of the country, but also for much of Europe.
You only have to stand on a street corner for 5 minutes to see that fashion and design are taken with a passion that goes way beyond the multi-million-pound industries. It's a way of life.
And nowhere is style more apparent than in the shops in and around the Via Monte Napoleone. Only a few select shopping districts in the world achieve monument status, and it's up there with London's Bond Street and LA's Rodeo Drive. This area is a veritable living museum to the world's top designers. Flash, tacky and cheap were how the British fashion industry once described him. But nowadays few could dispute the Milanese godfather of glitz as being one of the most influential fashion designers in the world. Take a browse round Gianni Versace's store in the Via Monte Napoleone and you'll discover why superstars, supermodels and royalty adore him. An evening dress may cost £12,000, but hey, a girl can dream.
You girls look so sexy. You girls look so sexy. I wish y'all were up here with me. You girls look so sexy. I wish y'all were up here with me.
Besides taking a trip to fashion heaven, there is one other thing you cannot avoid paying homage to. The Duomo, the third largest cathedral in the world after St. Peter's and Seville. It took 6 centuries to build, is guarded by some 95 leering gargoyles and defended by 2,244 marble saints. Awesome is the only word that comes to mind.
Save it till the morning afternoon and say a prayer for me now. Save it till the morning after.
For a touch of revitalisation after a busy day's sightseeing, then Milan's only ecological hotel could be for you. Designed to help fight the stresses of the hectic Milanese pace of life, every thought is given to help provide a healthy stay. Besides the croissants and ordinary breakfast fare, there are also biological and natural products, herbal teas and purified water. And that goes for the rooms too, with futons, specially treated air, even disposable plastic phone covers to give you a happier, healthier, germ-free stay. Hello? And it doesn't stop there. They even provide environmentally friendly transport. It's free and it keeps you fit too. Away from the trams and traffic, on the northwest of the city stands a huge brick fortress called Castello Forzecco. Built in the 15th century, it now houses one of Milan's many art museums and is the starting point for a favourite Sunday afternoon retreat, Parco Sempione, one of Milan's few open spaces. No time to stop and relax, unfortunately. I'm heading for what's become one of Milan's new trendy areas built along two canals, the Navili district. Once a modest but colourful working-class neighbourhood, it's now popular for its open-air bars, bistros, boutiques, and above all, its art galleries and studios. Milan is of course famous for Da Vinci's Last Supper, which is still on display despite undergoing continuing restoration. But if contemporary Milanese art is what you're interested in, then this is where it's at. If you haven't tired of culture yet, then this must be next on your list. Arguably the world's most celebrated opera house, the 18th century La Scala is still to a certain extent the cultural and social centre of Milan's elite. Tickets are like gold dust and go on sale only 2 weeks before a performance. But sadly nobody is guaranteed a seat, even though you could pay anything up to £800 a head, so good luck. And then of course there is that other Milanese institution. Whilst the fashion crowd have pushed eating prices up, fortunately there are still a few survivors. Let's face it, you're not going to meet Naomi or Claudia down the Premiata pizzeria, but at under £3 for a pizza and £5 for a bottle of wine, the kind of figures most people would rather see. To round off that perfect evening, it's back to the hub of the city, the Piazza del Duomo, the geographical and psychological centre where people indulge in passeggiata. That is walk, talk, and generally do what the Milanese do best, look good.
If you'd like to find out more about Italy, you can order our action pack. It's got general travel information on Italy and also covers Spain and France. There's a small selection of recipes and details on courses and centres that you can contact in your area if you want to learn the language. The action pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 11 8890. That's 0990 11 8890. Or send a cheque payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. Italy is often regarded as a land of traditional family values. Not Milan though, which is quite different. Many Milanese women work, and to help them juggle careers and families often have only one child. Milan has the lowest birth rate in Europe. However, there are only a few women in Italy's top jobs, and we're about to meet one of them. Anna Zegna is the marketing director of a leading fashion company.
Anna Zegna, the granddaughter of the founder, is the only woman member of the family working in the company. She's married with 2 children and has remarkable energy.
Bellissimo. I'm sorry. I've been taking Italian children. Sorry.
It's hard to compete with TV.
No, they just came in.
Anna studied media and marketing in England. She speaks 4 languages fluently, a great asset in her job as a director of marketing for Zegna, maintaining the initiative started by her grandfather.
And the same concept comes back in the yacht. Il design direi che oggi unito alla ricerca della materia prima ed ai tessuti più belli che noi ancora produciamo è una delle armi più importanti nel prodotto. Design applicato al tessuto soprattutto e poi allo stile. Una cosa fondamentale oggi è il look dei tessuti. Il consumatore entra in un negozio, la prima cosa che fa, guarda una giacca, sceglie il disegno e la tocca. Quindi questo contatto legato proprio ad un discorso di polisensualismo, dove entrano tutti gli organi dell'uomo, quindi l'occhio, il tatto, certe volte anche il profumo dei tessuti, fanno sì che alla fine poi si riesce ad avere un prodotto unico. Quindi il design è sicuramente una delle armi più importanti che noi abbiamo, legato all'innovazione del tessuto.
È perfetta come giacca, anche come colore.
molto bella, questo è un puro cashmere, sempre della linea soft.
Una canzone di Natale che le prenda la pelle, e come detto sono un cielo di stelle, abbiamo un mare di figli da pulirgli il culo, che la piantasse un po' di andarsene in giro, la voglio come Biancaneve coi 7 nani, noiosa come una canzone degli Intillimani. Voglio una donna, 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 donna con la gonna, gonna, gonna.
Although she had a privileged start in business, Anna is under tremendous pressure to deliver. She's preparing the new promotion campaign, beginning with the shoot for the company brochure. Italian companies rely heavily on their brochure as the main way to attract new customers, so these are often lavish productions involving careful planning.
Allora, volevamo fare una storia di blu che dovrebbe sostituire tutta questa prima parte un po' più sartoriale, queste giacche da fare magari sulle terrazze. Questo, tra l'altro, è quel discorso di trama.
It's crucial to the success of Zegna in their developing markets in America and Japan that Anna selects the right combination of colors and fabrics for the new brochure.
Per cui abbiamo questi qui, questi rossi,
Questi dei naturali,
i naturali e i blu. Io lavorerei su queste 4 tonalità.
In what is still a very labor-intensive industry, Anna has a maternal attitude to her employees, and she believes the company should expand the environmental initiatives started by her grandfather.
La sua idea dell'ambiente e della qualità andavano al di là del prodotto finito, andavano alla qualità della vita, e per questo egli decise di creare un ambiente gradevole per coloro che lavoravano nelle proprie fabbriche attraverso la creazione di tutta una serie di strutture che vanno dall'ospedale, la scuola, la piscina, un centro giochi e così via per chi lavorava. Intorno a questo creò un giardino intorno all'azienda che chiamò Panoramica Zegna, una strada che si snoda partendo dalla fabbrica, salendo lungo la montagna per ben 26 chilometri. Questo progetto verde, quindi di mecenatismo ambientale, è stato ripreso a partire da quest'anno dalla famiglia Zegna e da noi giovani che rappresentiamo la 4ª generazione, creando l'Oasi Zegna, che è un ambiente nel quale vogliamo le persone vengano a passeggiare, conoscano meglio la natura, proteggendola e anche rispettandola.
Servono ad appoggiare i cuori spezzati e muti, e dei giardini comunali, il loro verde un velo.
The Milanese don't have far to go if they want to escape from the pressures of urban life. Just to the north are the Italian lakes. Maggiore, Como and Garda are the 3 biggest, and there are plenty of smaller ones. Paul Gogarty went there on a camping holiday.
The Italian lakes were as unmissable as Venice or Florence, enchanting and impossibly romantic. But the romantics have grown up and now have kids, and our dilemma these days is, can we still afford it? And equally important, will the kids wear it? Our base is a campsite on the southeastern coast of the lake, La Quercia, where the main fashion accessory appears to be a Volvo rather than a tent peg. The fact that someone else puts a tent up for you seems to attract a different breed of camper. The modern erected tent has everything you need, apart of course from a bathroom. Do remember to put something on before you go. It's not only the tents that are prepared for you. The cost of your package includes a programme of sports and activities.
You know you're not bad at this, Paul.
Yes. So even the tennis is free.
See, I work in a factory. I don't wanna be late.
That is me done. A big advantage of this type of break is that the family banger gets a holiday too. It's only a 30-minute drive to Verona, immortalised by Shakespeare, despite the fact that he never clapped eyes on the place. Juliet's home, where Romeo did his wooing, is everybody's first port of call. Romeo may have overstated things when he suggested there is no world without Verona walls, but there is considerably more to this city than just a romantic balcony. Romeo's words are carved into the gateway leading to the Piazza Bra, which is famous for pricey cafes, bars and an arena said to be among the largest in the Roman world. It hosts an open-air opera season, and they were just clearing up after Turandot. Everyone said it was wonderful. As usual, we should have been here yesterday. There are about 25 exquisite towns dotted around Lake Garda, and almost as many boats to take you there. This is the hydrofoil, and this is Simeone. The town plan here was a simple one. Build a perfect town square, wrap a moat around your castle, and as sure as eggs are eggs, the tourists will follow. The main draw may be the ramparts and the tower, but the medieval streets with their shishi boutiques and cafes provide a willing supporting cast. Count Garienti owns a lakeside Laconda that's been receiving guests since the 16th century.
A lot of people come to see San Vigilio, and also Prince Charles stay here to paint and to see San Vigilio.
And you can see why. Even if you can't afford a room in the hotel, it's well worth stopping here for a drink. The lake is indeed a magical place.
How romantic. Later on in the programme, Valentina Harris takes us on a hunt for Piemonte's great treasure, the white truffle. There's nothing so elusive about grapes. They're everywhere, especially in the hills of Piemonte. The wine harvest is always a tense moment for the growers, but for the pickers, it's a great social occasion. Here's how to introduce yourself in Italian.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Io mi chiamo Anna, tu come ti chiami?
Io mi chiamo Daniela.
E lei chi è?
Questa è mia sorella.
Ciao, tu come ti chiami?
Mi chiamo Rosanna.
Lei come si chiama?
Io mi chiamo Cristina e lei è Eliana, una mia amica.
Piacere.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Tu come ti chiami?
Mi chiamo Eleonora.
E lei chi è?
Lei è mia cugina.
E tu come ti chiami?
Mi chiamo Caterina.
If you want to brush up on a few words of Italian, you'll find some useful tips in our travel action pack, and we'll be giving you details later in the programme. Now, the Romans loved their wine. They planted vineyards all over Britain, and Italy, of course, is still a major wine-producing country. But Jancis Robinson is worried about what's happening to wine in Piemonte, home of Barolo and Barbaresco, two of Italy's best red wines. Local wine specialities like these are being invaded by foreign grape varieties like Cabernet Sauvignon, and some of the locals are scandalised at what's going on.
This is a perfect example. Piedmont in northwest Italy, meaning literally at the foot of the mountains. Here and only here, the magical Nebbiolo vine flourishes, making wines heady with violets, tar and the region's buried treasure, white truffles, worth a fortune. The dogs are palmed off with biscuits. This upmarket mushroom is worth millions of lira. Barolo and Barbaresco are two small villages in the hills around Alba. They're also the names of Italy's most revered wines. On a well-guarded farm in these hills lives Aldo Conterno, one of Barolo's great traditionalists.
The wines made by the Nebbiolo grapes usually takes the name not from the grape, but from the town, from the region where it is grown. First is the Barolo. I mean, I say first. Probably the people from Barbaresco, they would put first Barbaresco. I put Barolo, Barbaresco, Roero, Nebbiolo d'Alba, Nebbiolo Langhe, 5 different wines with the same grape. The Nebbiolo comes from nebbia, and English is fog. So because the Nebbiolo, being a grape that it's the last to get the maturation, sometimes it goes about the end of October. And at that time we have some days that the fog comes and covers the hills. But the Nebbiolo grape, it's very strong. It can stand it 1, 2, 3 days. It doesn't suffer. So, and that one, the sun comes up again and we can pick them without having any damage. It can only be made in this area. It's not up to the goodness of the winemaker. It's up to the land that can let us to make this great wine. But it's the land. I'm sure that if Jesus Christ at the last dinner, if he had served the Barolo, Judah wouldn't have betrayed him for sure. Yeah.
Talking of dinner, this part of the world is gastro heaven. In Barbaresco, just a few restaurants away, is Italy's most famous wine producer, modernist Angelo Gaia. He charges outrageous prices for his wines, but like most people round here, seems to spend more on food than he can possibly earn.
Be happy, my dear. Not bitter, all right.
In a region which has hardly changed since the Middle Ages, Angelo Gaia was regarded as a traitor by many, starting a local revolution. He began by sacrificing one of his best Nebbiolo vineyards to plant it with the famous French grape, Cabernet Sauvignon.
What did you decide to call your Cabernet Sauvignon when you launched it?
Well, the Cabernet Sauvignon is called the Darmagi. Darmagi is an Italian, a Piedmontese dialect, and means what a shame, what a pity. In effect, my father, that is 86, and he is a strong believer of Nebbiolo, like me, like myself, but he didn't like at all to have a Cabernet Sauvignon planted in Barbaresco. So when he knew that I had this idea, and when he saw the vineyards planted, and he pronounced this word, and so we decided to call Darmagi the vineyard and the wine.
Why did you decide to plant Cabernet Sauvignon and Chardonnay here?
All over the world, there are two basic tastes, the Chardonnay taste and the Cabernet taste. So many customers all over the world, they know the good Cabernet, the taste of good Cabernet and the taste of good Chardonnay. So I believe that my strategy was to demonstrate a little bit to this kind of people that this land, if I would be able to produce a good Chardonnay and Cabernet Sauvignon, of course they had to look at my flagship wine, that is Barbaresco, that is made no Cabernet Sauvignon, no Merlot, no Pinot Noir, but is made by Nebbiolo, that is our most important grape variety.
Worse was to come. Out went the giant old barrels in which Nebbiolo had traditionally been matured for years. In came short, sharp aging in small, new French oak barrique. When the locals saw this lot, they called them dog kennels. But Gaia believes in them so passionately, he buys his own giant stash of French oak in advance and seasons it in the open air so that it loses its harshness, but none of its heavy, oaky flavour.
I respect the quality and the wines of producers that are made in the traditional way. But it's possible, in my opinion, shortening the time, of the elongating time, is possible to maintain the more integrity of the wine, and the wine is more alive. This is my impression. But who knows? And the leader of today, what we believe are leaders of today, we have to verify next 20 years. And when finally we will drink again the wines made in the beautiful vintages, 88 and 90, 89 and 90, and we will drink in the 2010, at that time it will be possible to judge who did well during that time.
In a few minutes, Valentina Harris will show us which food goes best with the wines of the north. But first, Jill Dando goes further north and heads for the Alps to Courmayeur, one of Italy's best skiing resorts.
Let's begin with the basics. Courmayeur is good for the intermediate skier. At over 3,000 metres, snow conditions are generally good, and nearly 300 snow cannon help to make it stay that way. One disadvantage is that you have to take a cable car from the village. Still, it didn't put Sean Connery off when he was here recently, so on with our guide. Number 1, what to wear. Stylish locals from Milan invade Courmayeur at the weekends, dictating the season's fashions. Interesting. Oh no. And as always, Dayglow is de rigueur. Number 2, it's important that you learn how to use these things properly.
All right. I'm just checking the snow. Yes, it feels all right.
Ski school to the rescue. Ski instructors come in all shapes and sizes, but remember to get one who speaks your language.
Bonjour! Guten Tag! Buongiorno! Good morning!
There are always some anxious faces on the first day of ski school, but don't worry, you'll be organised into different groups according to your ability. Just be honest. I plumped for the personal touch.
Ivan, your mission is to teach me to be a brilliant skier, please, in 2 hours.
No problem at all.
What's the secret?
We just start with few secrets, really important. One of these is to be central, because you have to press with the shin, you have to lean forward, bend your knees as far forward as your ankle will allow.
Bend the knees,
exactly,
yes.
the knees like this, so you can distribute the weight much better on your skis. Really, it's very, very easy. You don't have to think too much, actually. You have to be really relaxed and use the legs more than the brains.
Let's get going. Teach me what I'm doing wrong.
All right, follow me. Remember to face downhill all the time with your shoulders. Okay. Good. Well done.
Oh, you'll be lucky. I can't keep my skis together like that.
Up, down. Don't move the shoulders.
Up.
Don't move the shoulders. Okay. We're doing this and nothing with the lower part of the body, just with the trunk. So make it a little bit rounder, so you will use a little bit more the movement of your legs.
If you feel you're getting out of control, what's the easiest way to stop when you're speeding down a hill, do you think?
Turn uphill. Make only one turn uphill.
Yeah.
So make it as long as you can. Not keep turning until otherwise you will increase the speed. Just one big uphill, and then you will stop.
So whatever happens, you know you can stop if you do that.
Otherwise you look for a pine tree or something. You aim
I think I'd rather the first one, actually, yeah.
Number 3, if you want to get down a mountain, then first you obviously have to get to the top.
This is one way. And this is another way.
Lovely scenery. You can always get your mum to pull you, or you can be more conventional and use a button lift. Or the bubble car, all covered by the same lift pass. Number 4, food. Many deals are half board, but if you fancy a really good feast, then La Maison de Filippo could be the place for you.
Buongiorno, signora.
Buongiorno.
Prego.
Grazie. Grazie.
Prego.
There are 42 dishes here, and they expect you to taste them all. Oh well, let's give it a go. And these are just for starters.
On the slopes, you'll ski across a lot of good mountain restaurants. Drop in at the Maison Vieille, where you'll get a warm welcome from your host, Giacomo.
Degli antipasti favolosi e poi degli spaghetti alla carbonara, alla chef.
Excellent portions here.
La polenta, tantissimo, puoi trovare della polenta favolosa col formaggio, senza formaggio e con tutti i tipi di sughi anche. Questo freddo per forza abbiamo bisogno di qualcosa di caldo. Ciao, arrivederci.
Number 5. If skiing isn't necessarily a priority, there are other ways to amuse yourself. You can find a novel way to get a suntan. Go cross-country skiing on some of the best trails in Italy. Or catch the 3 cable cars to the Punta Helbruna. From here, you can ski across glaciers and over the border to France to the nearby resort of Chamonix. It's not difficult skiing, but it will take you around 4 hours.
I don't necessarily have to be a skier to come up here. I just come up in the cable car, almost 3,500 metres. Felt a bit dizzy at first, but once you get acclimatised, it's all right. And the view is just tremendous. Behind me, Mont Blanc. Over there is the Matterhorn. It's wonderful. All I need now is a cup of coffee.
But if you get bored with the mountains, then the old village offers a few spectacles of its own. For example, the promenade of the Fur Coat Brigade at twilight. Italian women, it seems, have no qualms about flaunting their furs. Courmayeur suits expensive tastes. In some shops, a simple jumper costs around £250, and that's the reduced price. But everyone is friendly, and you can always just window shop.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Number 6, children. Bless their cotton ski socks. Courmayeur is a good resort for the family, with our tour operator offering special discounts. A kindergarten is available up the mountain where you can leave the children while you go off skiing for the day. But watch out. Once they've got their confidence, the little darlings can turn into tiny terrors on the slopes. Number 7. If 2 skis seem a pretty ordinary way to get down a mountain, here are a few alternatives. On your backside, you can always get a lift with a friend. On a monoski, or not to be confused with that, on a snowboard. With a little quick step, you can telemark, or float down the mountain with effortless ease by paraglider. And after all that fresh air and exercise, it's back to the hotel to prepare for number 8, après-ski. Which, let's face it, is as important as improving your stem Christie turns. Finally, sleep. And dreams of parallel perfection.
It looks so easy, doesn't it? Well, after all that exercise, now's the time to think about food. Next, Valentina Harris will be discovering some local recipes from the north. But first, a quick reminder about our travel action pack. It's got travel tips, a small selection of recipes and some useful Italian phrases. And there are details of centres and colleges in your area where you can get personal advice on learning a language. The action pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890, or send a cheque for £3 payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. And if you want to try your hand at learning a bit more at home, you can record or watch a whole range of language courses shown on BBC Learning Zone most nights on BBC Two. And now, Valentina Harris and some Italian regional cookery.
In a few months' time, you wouldn't catch me cycling across Lodi's main piazza. The infamous fog of the Po Valley will blanket the square in an impenetrable whiteness. When you drive around here between October and March, towns like Lodi suddenly loom into view. It's one of the hazards of Lombardy. It's only early October at the moment, but as I'm here, Susanna Gelmetti has insisted that I try a dish which is usually made in winter. Cazuela is an old Lombard recipe whose name comes from cazuela, a Spanish cooking pot. Cazuela was apparently brought by the Spaniards when they ruled here in the 15th and 16th centuries. Cabbage and pork are the main ingredients. Sounds innocuous enough, but it's a dish which contains most of the pig. What Susanna's slicing is a piece of pigskin.
Non si spreca niente, qui usano tutte le parti. Orecchie, piedini, pelle.
And, for the less adventurous, there are also sausages, pork ribs, and pork loin. The dish starts with onions, carrots and celery, the classic Italian flavouring base. They go into a mixture of oil and butter in a Gelmetti family pot, which looks as though it's been around since the Spaniards were here. That pan beside the large pot holds the ribs and sausages, which have already been browned in oil. And more flavouring, tomato sauce. The vegetables will cook until they're soft, about half an hour. That head of Savoy cabbage has been briefly boiled, just to wilt the leaves. The sausages and ribs are added, followed by those difficult parts of the pig. The trotters, ear and skin have been pre-boiled for an hour to remove excess fat. Their gelatinous quality flavours and thickens the sauce. And finally, the pork loin. Now you'll notice that this is rather a substantial dish. Well, it belongs to the Lombard peasant tradition, designed to keep the chill of the foggy winter months at bay. In fact, Susanna says you don't really need either a first course or a pudding on Cazuela Day. After adding a glass of white wine to moisten the meat, cover and simmer slowly for about an hour. Traditionally, cazuela is eaten with polenta, Italian cooked cornmeal, as if the cazuela weren't filling enough.
E questo qui? È quello lì, sì. Piedino. L'orecchio, eccolo qua. Eccolo lì. L'orecchio, buono. Dovrebbe essere la parte più buona. Susanna, ti dirò. Sta mangiando?
And now for my first ever taste of cazuela.
No, è crunchy. È crunchy. No, senti, io ho mangiato l'orecchio.
Susanna made me eat the ear. Susanna's father tells me that nobody who's ever sat round this table has ever eaten the ear before today. I think she's played a joke on me.
Che dice che tu hai detto che nessuno ha mai mangiato l'orecchio?
Many of Italy's most famous cheeses are made in Lombardy. Gorgonzola, Belpaese, Taleggio, and this. It may look like Parmesan, but don't be fooled. It's Grana Padano. To make it, milk is heated in great copper cauldrons and rennet is added. The resulting curd is hauled up in great cloth and manipulated most deftly into one of those characteristic shapes. About 450 litres of milk is used to make just one cheese. Then the cheese is left to drain in moulds. Next, it's soaked in a briny bath to preserve it. Grana, referring to the grain of the cheese, describes a type of hard cheese of which Parmesan is simply the most famous variety. So whenever you see Parmesan in a recipe, Grana Padano or any variety of Grana will do equally well. The Po Valley is also known for rice, and saffron-flavoured risotto alla milanese is one of Lombardy's greatest dishes. The essential ingredient is real risotto rice.
In this pan, I have fried together some very finely chopped onion with some butter. And when the onion is soft but not coloured and all the butter has melted properly and is frying, it's time to add the rice. All in one go like that. And then it needs to be stirred in so that it toasts on the outside and gets covered in plenty of onion and butter. And as soon as that has happened, it's time to add the liquid. Now, this is hot chicken stock in here, and I really cannot impress upon you enough how important it is that A, the stock should be always hot, and B, that it should be of very, very good quality. And the other thing to say about the addition of liquid is that the idea is not that the heat under the pan should evaporate the liquid, but that the rice itself should swell and absorb the liquid, and only when it has absorbed it fully is it time to add some more. When you go to a good Italian restaurant and you order risotto, you'll see that on the menu, in brackets next to risotto whatever, it'll say 20 minutes. That's because somebody has to actually stand here like this and go through this whole procedure, especially for you. It's not something that can be picked up in the middle or pre-cooked in any way. So I'll just taste it to make quite sure. That's perfect. Firm but tender at the same time. And turn off the heat. And now it's time to add the saffron. This is saffron powder. It'll colour it beautifully. There. And then some more butter. The word risotto gives you the impression of something that's nice and rich. You really know you've eaten something if you eat a proper risotto.
And for some authentic local flavour, Grana Padano, not Parmesan.
And now I will do something which I think is unique to this style of cooking. In Italian it's called mantecare, and I don't think a real translation exists in English, but what it means is that I'll put the lid on and I'll just leave the risotto to change slightly in texture. It becomes a lot more creamy. It's only a subtle thing, but the difference is absolutely remarkable.
Although I grew up in Rome, some of my ancestors were from Milan. It's a city I feel very comfortable in.
Coccolati ad ascoltare il mare, quanto tempo siamo stati senza pietà.
But Milan has a remarkable effect on me. I get an irresistible urge to transform myself into one of those terribly chic Milanese women. And there's only one way to achieve it. hectic day's shopping or a hard day on the Milan Stock Exchange, the last thing the Milanese can face is a hot kitchen. Food shops like this, and there are plenty of them here, make Milan the takeaway capital of Italy. People outside Lombardy often say rather nastily that the Milanese aren't proper Italians because they're too busy making money to enjoy cooking. But the richest citizens of Italy recognize and can afford top quality products. But here's what's really interesting. While the rest of Italy is blissfully unaware of the food outside their own region, Milan embraces all of Italy's regional cuisines, not to mention international cuisine. In fact, food boutiques like this are more like New York delis than Italian ones.
E scoprirti più bella e mi piaci di più, forse sei l'amore.
This gentle rolling countryside yields the most exquisite autumn pleasures.
I'm standing here with Bruno Cerreto, who is one of the world's most important producers of Barolo, and Barolo is my favourite red wine. What more could a girl ask for?
Bruno Cerreto has turned out to be a most generous host.
I just can't make up my mind which one I like best. I wonder if you'll try any more for me. Mi può dire per favore che cos'è, secondo lei, la ragione per cui il Barolo si chiama il vino dei re e il re dei vini?
Sì, ben prima le apro un'altra bottiglia.
Ne proviamo ancora?
Sì, ne proviamo ancora, tanto siamo qui, no? Vedo che lei, oltre che essere innamorata, è anche golosa del Barolo, quindi...
Sì, moltissimo.
Allora, il Barolo ha una caratteristica molto importante, che sopporta l'invecchiamento. È un vino che si beve dopo 4 anni di invecchiamento ed è eccellente, dopo 10 è stupendo e dopo 20 piace ancora di più. Invece è il vino dei re perché i Savoia da sempre hanno usato questo vino per i pranzi importanti quando avevano ospiti, sì, anche soprattutto dal periodo sabaudo, quando Cavour andava a Londra per esempio, ha vissuto molto tempo a Londra e il suo vino preferito era questo e quindi l'ha introdotto presso tutte le corti d'Europa dove viaggiava e è diventato un vino dei re.
Alba is a pretty little town, but in October and November an intoxicating smell fills the air. The object of all this activity is il tartufo bianco, the Piemontese white truffle, one of the most expensive foods you can buy. As truffles can't be cultivated, the price must depend on the luck of all these truffle hunters. And depending on the supply, fluctuations in price are felt all around the world. Well, I'm in search of this elusive fungus. Lidio Trucco has allowed me to accompany him, his family and truffle hound Lila on a hunt.
Per esempio io
Quanto
questa,
tempo ci vuole perché
ma
sia brava
guardi-
come lei?
guardi, un cane buono comincia a essere quando hanno 5 anni i cani. Perché c'è i cani qui dicono che sono buoni a 2 anni, invece non è vero. Il cane proprio fatto hanno 5 anni.
Questo ha 5 anni quindi.
Questo ha 4 anni e mezzo.
On the premise that we get lucky, I've already asked Giorgio Rocca to prepare a dish which uses truffles. Giorgio runs one of the best restaurants in Piemonte, so I trust him completely. This will be no ordinary fresh pasta. Well, truffle does deserve the best treatment. It's made with flour and the yolks of eggs alone. Lidio's grandson Stefano is a trainee truffle hunter, so he's responsible for keeping up with the dogs.
Tina!
All that fresh pasta dough needs rolling out, industrial style. The egg yolks turn the pasta an extraordinary colour. Other than finding the truffles in the first place, there's another problem. Dogs think they're pretty yummy too. The trick is to get to the unearthed truffle a split second before the hound wolfs it down.
L'ha già rotta, eh.
L'ha rotta?
Jan
So, Giorgio's work won't be in vain after all. Pasta sliced as finely as this is called tagliarin in Piemontese dialect. It just needs to be boiled and dressed in butter to be ready to receive my magnificent offering. Meanwhile, this has turned out to be a major truffle expedition.
Fida un po'.
No.
Fida?
Sì, io ce n'ho 3.
Ah, io sono più belli i miei.
Sì.
2.
Questo c'era anche un pezzo di radice.
E 3.
Queste sono patate, non sono tartufi.
C'è la radice che ne so.
Sì.
Senta il profumo. Questa è proprio la radice, vedi?
Sì. Questo se lo ripianta?
Ah no, niente.
Ormai niente.
Ormai.
Può ripiantare quelle?
Vedi, questi sono 3 esemplari di tartufi.
Sì.
Anche come colore, come pelle, come puliti già, perché quest'anno sono molto puliti per fatto della siccità. La terra è asciutta. Ha piovuto poco. Allora della roba grossa ce n'è poco in giro. C'è tutta roba media.
Sì, questo è considerato un tartufo
medio. Un medio.
Questo è
il grosso, questo è il grande. Il gigante no.
Questo è piccolo ma può darsi che sia più grosso. Sei ricca abbastanza.
C'è anche quello, Oh.
Ok. Prova, io sto qui a sentire che ne dici.
Sono senza parole. Io quando penso al Piemonte penso a cucina molto più sofisticata che in altre parti.
Sofisticata.
Curata, ecco, forse questa è la parola. Sì.
Curata, questo sì.
Sì, perché le porzioni sono forse più piccole che magari in Emilia Romagna dove si strafogano di roba.
Però più buone.
Ma molto più curata, sì, più raffinata.
La nostra è una cucina anche contadina. Ti spiego, la cucina estiva una volta non esisteva, la gente aveva molto da fare, invece d'inverno gli inverni sono lunghi, nebbiosi, con la neve, allora la famiglia si riuniva, aveva il tempo a curare, ci tenevano, faceva parte delle tradizioni nostre.
A towering mountain range is the backdrop for a display of animal might. Only this isn't a North American rodeo, and these are only cows, and pretty docile ones at that. Every year, the city of Aosta holds La Bataille des Reines, Battle of the Queens, a strange cow fight in which the rules seem rather arcane. The battles themselves are short, well-behaved skirmishes, and no blood is shed. Well, the locals enjoy it anyway. Here in the Valle d'Aosta, people are outnumbered by cows. The grass they feed on in these mountain pastures gives their milk a particular flavour. The milk, in turn, makes a unique cheese, which matures in damp caves. Fontina. The second language of this small region is French, and the food and culture seem more French or Swiss than Italian. For example, my friends Pinuccia and Cesare Gaetani, who live here in Bionà, have named their son François. Cesare is the head of the region's Fontina cooperative.
Proprio tanta.
Io ti do un pezzo di fontina,
Sì.
però non mangiarne troppa, perché poi c'è la polenta, c'è la carbonara e poi faremo La fonduta.
Va bene, allora solo questo, eh? Ok. Senti,
Poi
François,
fai
come
un po'
sta?
di pane, un po' di pane con le noci.
Fonduta is the main dish made from fontina, and it's pretty laden with cholesterol. Pinuccia starts by melting butter gently over hot water. The fontina cheese has been softening overnight in milk. It too will melt slowly. Egg yolks will enrich the mixture. Obviously the heat must be kept very low or the eggs will scramble. Keep stirring and you'll end up with a really smooth liquid. By the way, don't confuse this with the Swiss fondue. The locals will never forgive you. As we're up in the mountains, I suppose all this rich food is understandable. The accompaniment for fonduta is that Italian cornmeal again, polenta.
François. Ti piace la fonduta, François?
Buoni.
Oh, mangione.
È vero, questo è molto vero.
Se hai notato, ha proprio quel sapore di fumo che è dato dalla legna di larice. Perché noi usiamo, per fare la polenta, questa legna di larice.
Solo
la
per la
bruciamo.
polenta?
Sì.
Evviva!
Evviva proprio!
Evviva!
The digestivo comes in the form of the Coppa d'Amicizia, the friendship cup. This many-spouted pot is filled with a mixture of coffee, orange peel, spices, and the local grappa. And it's heavy on the grappa. I imagine it comes into its own during those long winter months. It gets passed round and round and round.
That's all from the Travel Hour for today. If you want to find out more, the Travel Action Pack has general information on travel, holidays and a small selection of recipes. It covers Spain and France as well as Italy. The Action Pack costs £3. To order by credit card, call 0990 118890. That's 0990 118890. Or send a cheque for £3 payable to BBC Education to the Travel Action Pack, PO Box 7, London W12 8UD. Please allow 28 days for delivery. You can find all these details on CFAX page 636 and also on our Travel Hour website, which has details of all 20 programmes in the series, information about France, Spain and Italy, and links to other useful websites.